Just wait till Councillor Sullivan comes back and then I'll call the meeting to order.
Everyone's here. There's Councillor North is back. So.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Sullivan to come out of the back room there. Okay, can I call the meeting to order, please? I want to say welcome to Tuesday, September 3rd, first day of school, meeting of Common Council of the City of St. John. And this evening, we're going to start with a land acknowledgement. Actually, I'm just going to wait till Councillor Sullivan comes back out. We will start with a land acknowledgement, and the deputy's going to do that this evening, and then we'll have I'll ask everyone to stand for the anthem. Okay, we're just going to check in. I'm just missing one councillor. Councillor Killen is coming in virtual tonight, so she's joining us this evening on the screen. You'll see her through the meeting unless there is a presentation on the screen. That'd be the only time that you won't see her face, but we have the city clerk can monitor all that so that we know that she's in attendance, and she'll be in attendance all night tonight. She's promised us, unless she delivers a baby or something. And anything could happen. Okay, I've got my counselor. Okay, Deputy, I guess I'll go over to you for the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Worship. The land on which the City of St. John, or Maniquist, is situated is the traditional territory of the Wolastoqiyik. The Wolastoqiyik, along with their indigenous neighbors, the Mi'kmaq and Pescatamaquoddy, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s that protected their rights to lands and resources. Let us pause and reflect.
Okay, I'll ask everyone to stand for the anthem, please. Okay, City Clerk. Next item.
Thank you. Next item is 2.1 on your agenda, and it's for the approval of the minutes of August the 19th.
Approval of minutes for August the 19th. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is the approval of the agenda, and there are two items that would be coming out of Committee of the Whole. So the first one to add on to the agenda is 17.1, Agreement of Purchase and Sale, 17.2, City Market Lease, and also there's a request to move item 13.2 up on the agenda to be discussed after the consent agenda.
Okay, so I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as we've just heard. Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is disclosures of conflict of interest.
Disclosures of conflict of interest. Councillor Hickey,
Thanks, Your Worship. I have a conflict on 9.3.
9.3. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, noted. Next item. Oh, sorry. Oh, Councillor Killen, sorry, over to you.
Sorry, Your Worship. I think it's 11.1, Councillor Norton's motion.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, sounds good. Okay, next item, City Clerk.
Thank you. And just to confirm, so we have a conflict of interest with Councillor Hickey on item 9.3, and as well as 11.1 for Councillor Hickey and 11.1 for Councillor Killen. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay,
That's
thank
correct.
you.
That's it.
And next item would be the consent agenda.
Deputy, over to you for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move 5.1 through to 5.11, please.
Take a seconder on that, Councillor Sullivan. On the question, Councillor Redwan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on 5.7, which is a response to my motion. I respect the fact that the province is not able to do any sort of security on private land. That's fine. And staff have pointed out that Fresh Start is very quick in responding to any concerns. And I'm still getting them daily, including today from Horizon staff. They have a lot of concerns of some challenges because they park actually in the cathedral parking lot. And so anyway, the phone number for Fresh Start is 506-638-1409. If anybody has any concerns, they're welcome to reach out to them.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you. And the next item is moved up on the agenda. So that would be 13.2 from the Finance Committee. And this is the 2023 audited financial statements report.
Over to you, Councillor Sullivan, as the Finance Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my pleasure this evening to recommend our audit from 2023. The audit was performed by the firm Deloitte in accordance with audit and accounting standards, and the city has received a clean audit opinion. Deloitte partner Steve Lund is joining us virtually in event there are any questions. This was reviewed by your Finance Committee in conversation with our auditors. Audits are important to provide taxpayers confidence in the financial statements, that the financial statements fairly represent the city's results and our financial position. This evening, Finance Committee is recommending the approval of the city's 2023 consolidated financial statements, the 2023 Statement of Revenues and Expenses for the Trade and Convention Center, and the 2023 City of St. John Trust Fund statements. A few highlights of the 2023 consolidated financial statements. 2023 results of both the General Fund and Utility Fund include small surpluses. The city continues to reduce the debt of the organization. Our consolidated net debt is now at $58.8 million, which is very different from 2018 when net debt was over $330 million. Our city's debenture debt now stands at approximately $170 million, which is down from $195 million in 2022, and it's down from $231 million in 2018, so down by over $61 million or 26% in the last 5 years. City continues to be fiscally responsible with reserve fund strategies, increasing reserves year over year by approximately $11 million a year. Our consolidated financial statements also show the city invested in almost $63 million in new capital assets. However, assets also depreciated by approximately $45 million per year. The statements also show the city received almost $27 million in capital contribution from other levels of government. So thank you to our partners at the other levels of government. They're very important for our investment in the city. And our post-employment liability, which includes the city's pension fund, ended the year at approximately $62 million in liability, which is down from $79 million in 2022 and down from $118 million in 2018. And we should really recognize, and on behalf of your Finance Committee, recognize the months and months of work this takes with our auditors, working with our city staff, and especially Craig Levine, who leads the audit for us with the support of the Finance Department. One of the questions we ask of the auditors at Finance Committee is, how did the process go? And every year I've been involved, they come back with the same answer. Working with their city staff keeps it smooth. They're incredibly cooperative. And if there's a question that the auditors have, staff work really hard to get the information back fast. So very helpful. It's all good news.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Sullivan moving that report, and I'll take a seconder on that. Councillor Ogden on the question. Great numbers there, really great numbers. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Councillor. Next item, City Clerk.
Next is item 6, members' comments.
Members' comments. Councillor Redbone, over to you for.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that members of the public know that we're having a special meeting of council next week, September the 9th. I highly encourage you to tune in on either YouTube or I don't know if it'll be on Rogers, but we are inviting the heads of the provincial elected parties that are going to be running in October. Susan Holt, David Kuhn, and Premier Higgs will be in attendance. And so we're basically trying to get them to respond to our priorities that our residents are, that really need to get some things done. And we'll be having question and answer period too.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to mention really quickly, since everyone knows it's back to school, be cognizant of the buses. They'll put their red stop sign out. You need to stop behind the bus. The kilometers per hour, the speed limit is 30 in school zones. Please watch for that. It's an exciting time of year. There are lots of little feet that are out there this week that haven't been on a bus before and haven't been to school before. So please be careful and take your time around schools. Thank you. Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks for the shout out on the start of schools. I was actually starting to make a list for tonight in my school day and then got too busy. But often I will see a comment online that says something along the lines of, there's nothing to do in St. John. So I started making a list today because August is crazy in St. John. And so the partial list that comes to mind in the last month is like 506, Third Shift, the Fundy Fringe Festival, Moonlight Bazaar, and those are just like 4 weekends in the last 4 weeks. And I know I'm missing a ton of other stuff. The opening of Atali Makahamak, sailing regattas we've hosted in St. John and tournaments, and I know that there's a ball tournament, I think, coming up in the next week. Like St. John is busy, 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 and sometimes I think we forget when we're here and just need to be reminded. And really, a lot of that goes to all the thank yous of the folks who organize those things. Thursday night market, the Queen Square market. Like, you could go on and on. We could spend all night, but really I want those folks who are listening do all the work to put those together to make St. John as vibrant as it is. Thank you so much to the organizers. Some are doing it to make a buck, but that's fine. And some are doing it just because they're volunteers and love seeing St. John vibrant. So just thank you, thank you, thank you.
Exactly. Appreciate the animation in the city, and there's a lot of it. I can barely keep up with it. Councillor Hickey, over to you.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I just wanted to recognize that Friday was International Overdose Awareness Day. In a city gripped in crisis of addictions, of mental health, of housing, and certainly us all recognizing, I think, the visibility of addictions in our community and the impact it's had on every part of our neighborhoods. Offer thanks to those working on the front lines and those calling on government to take meaningful action, and want to recognize that as International Overdose Awareness Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris, over to you.
Yeah, just shout out to on the City of Champions sort of hashtag that we started a few years ago after the Memorial Cup. We got another championship team in town, the women's senior ladies Trojans, A and B, A side won provincial championship recently. And the men, who I'm proud to be a part of and currently holding a broken finger from playing with them all summer, are going to be hosting a double header here in St. John at Hazen White, where the new clubhouse is nearly finished. 101 1 years now of the St. John Trojans playing rugby in St. John. So there's a doubleheader there at 11 o'clock and 1, and there'll be a championship game soon that we'll host there since we won it last year. So anybody wants to check out some higher level men's rugby, come on out.
Thanks, Counselor. Okay, next item, City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have a number of proclamations. So the first one is 7.1 on your agenda, and this is for Arthritis Awareness Month.
Whereas nationwide community support has been critical throughout Arthritis Society Canada's 76-year history, enabling the organization to fulfill its mission to fight the fire of arthritis with research, advocacy, innovation, information, and support. And whereas arthritis is a serious disease that causes debilitating pain, restricts mobility, and diminishes quality of life, 6 million people in Canada, 1 in 5, live every day with the brutal realities of arthritis, and there is no cure. Without a greater spotlight on this growing issue, the number of people in Canada with arthritis will rise to 9 million by 2040. And whereas during Arthritis Awareness Month this September, we will raise awareness, mobilize and engage communities to understand the devastating impacts of arthritis and stand with us to fight for an arthritis-free future. And whereas we recognize the work underway to develop a nationwide arthritis action plan to take on the big issues of arthritis, including prevention, equitable access to care and treatment, and elevating the urgency of the disease. And whereas Arthritis Society Canada is Canada's national charity dedicated to extinguishing arthritis for good. Now therefore, I, Mayor Donna Node-Reardon of St. John, do hereby declare the month of September 2024 as Arthritis Awareness Month in the City of St. John. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you. Next item is 7.2, another proclamation. This one's for Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Day.
Whereas fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, FASD, is a medical term used to describe impacts on the brain and body of individuals prenatally exposed to alcohol. FASD is a complex lifelong disability, and individuals with FASD will experience challenges in their lives, in their daily living, and will need support with motor skills, physical health, learning, memory, attention, communication, and emotional regulation, as well as social skills to reach their full potential. Each person with FASD is unique and has both areas of strengths and challenges. Whereas FASD is the leading cause of neurodevelopmental disability in Canada and a major health and social issue affecting 4% of the population, or over 1.5 million Canadians. In New Brunswick, it is estimated that 300 babies are born each year with FASD. Whereas the rates of FASD are even higher in populations with compromised social determinants of health and families are in need of support. Despite the numbers, FASD is largely unrecognized in public policy and programs, and individuals and families' needs remain unmet. And whereas early diagnosis of FASD and support can lead to healthier long-term outcomes for individuals with FASD, and whereas this year's theme for FASD Awareness Month is Everyone Plays a Part. FASD is a complex issue that intersects with the many different fields. The theme goes beyond framing FASD as an individual issue, as the impacts of FASD matter to the whole community. We all have a part to play, and we need to work together to spark change. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Donna Node-Reardon of St. John, do hereby declare next Monday, September 9th, 2024, as FASD Awareness Day in the City of St. John. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you. And now the final proclamation is 7.3, and that's for Welcoming Week.
Whereas our St. John region's success depends on ensuring that all residents of St. John feel welcome here, and whereas today, new St. Johners are a vital part of our community, bringing fresh perspectives and new ideas, starting businesses, and contributing to the vibrant diversity that we all value. And whereas during Welcoming Week, we honor the spirit of unity that brings neighbors together across the St. John region. And whereas all residents of St. John are invited to join this movement of communities, nationwide and worldwide, by renewing our commitment to our core values and taking action in the spirit of welcoming. And whereas by working together, we can achieve greater prosperity and make St. John region the kind of place where diverse people from around the world feel valued and want to put down roots. And whereas by recognizing the contributions that we all make to create a vibrant culture and grow the economy, we make our community more prosperous and more inclusive to all who call it home. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Donna O'Riordan of St. John, do hereby proclaim the week of September 13th to 22nd of 2024 as Welcoming Week in the City of St. John, and call upon the people of St. John to join together to build stronger communities across our region and to reaffirm that St. John is a welcoming community. Next item, City Clerk.
Thank you. We're a little bit ahead of time for the public hearing, so I suggest we skip to later on in the agenda and take care of a few of the quicker items. I would recommend skipping to the general correspondence, 15.1.
Okay, 15.1. There is a, oh, you're going to read what it is.
And so that, if the mayor's okay with that,
Yeah,
then I'll
whatever.
read it. Yeah, so that would be a proposal for Hilton Bellier Arena, written by E. McCormick, and the staff recommendation is received for information.
And seconded, okay. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next is 15.2, general correspondence from B. Earl, and the topic is safety on Harbor Passage. A recommendation for this one is refer to Public Safety Committee.
I'll take a more. Deputy and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
And next, there are two items from Committee of the Whole,
Okay.
and I would recommend that we deal with item 17.1, and this is for an agreement of purchase and sale. And the resolution in this case would read as follows, that the city purchase the property bearing PID 55174-684 from the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure of New Brunswick for a purchase price of $1 plus HST, if applicable, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute any documents necessary to effect the transaction.
Councillor Radwan and Councillor Hickey on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
And next, coming from Committee of the Whole, item 17.2 is with respect to city market lease with House of Damascus Restaurant, Inc. And the resolution is as follows. Resolved that the city enter into a lease generally in the form as presented to Committee of the Whole at its meeting held on September 3rd, 2024 with House of Damascus Restaurant, Inc. And further be it resolved that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute any necessary documents to effect this transaction.
Take a move on that. Councillor Sullivan and the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
I would recommend we now jump to the bylaws
The tens.
for the third readings. That's
Okay.
right. So the first one would be 10.1. And this is a zoning bylaw amendment with section 59 conditions and a subdivision agreement for 949 Grandview Avenue.
Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you, please, for the intro.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Before you this evening for third reading is an application for a rezoning that was submitted by 3D Property Management, Inc. for a portion of the property located at 949 Grandview Avenue for the development of an apartment building. The application received first and second reading on August 19th, following the required public hearing, and I can confirm that all legislative requirements of the Community Planning Act have been met, and the item is now before you to move forward with third reading.
Okay, City Clerk, over to you for the motions,
Thank you, Your Worship. So,
resolutions.
in this case, we require 4 resolutions, and the first would be to approve third reading in its entirety.
Approve third reading by its entirety. Councillor Stewart and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John. The zoning bylaw of the City of St. John, enacted on the 15th day of December 2014, is amended by amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John, by rezoning a parcel of land having an area of approximately 2,268 square meters located at 949 Grandview Avenue, also identified as a portion of PID 003-40497 from 2-unit residential R2 to mid-rise residential RM pursuant to a resolution adopted by Common Council under Section 59 of the Community Planning Act.
Okay, next one.
And now we require approval of the Section 59 conditions.
Approval of Section 59, Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Stewart on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Next is approve third reading by title.
Approve third reading by title. Counselor Ogden and Counselor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, last one.
And the final one is to authorize preparation and execution of one or more of the city development subdivision agreements.
Okay, the deputy and Counselor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Is that it? What is this subdivision agreement?
Yep, that was
Got
approved.
that?
Yep, we have our 4.
All right. Next item.
Okay, so next under consideration of bylaws, we have item 10.2, and this is a zoning bylaw amendment at 3277 Westfield Road.
Over to you, Commissioner Poffenroff again, please.
Thank you. Your worship and members of council, before you this evening for third reading is an application for a rezoning that was submitted by Janice K. Seeley and Seeley Lodge, Inc. for the property located at 3277 Westfield Road. This application will establish an existing supportive facility as a permitted use. The application received first and second reading on August 19th, following the required public hearing, and I can confirm that all legislative requirements of the Community Planning Act have been met, and the item is now before you to move forward with third reading.
Okay, City Clerk, over to you for the motions.
Thank you. This requires only 2 motions. Approve the third reading by its entirety and then by title after.
Approve third reading by entirety. Counselor Harris and Counselor Hickey on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
This is titled a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John. The zoning bylaw of the City of St. John, enacted on the 15th day of December 2014, is amended by amending Schedule A, the zoning map of the City of St. John, by rezoning a piece of land having an area of approximately 3,471 square meters located at 3277 Westfield Road, PID 00295-048, from rural settlement residential RS to neighborhood community facility CFN.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve third reading by title. Counselor Sullivan and Counselor Norton on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, next item, City Clerk.
And we only have 2 minutes till 6:30. I'm wondering, I'll look to the CAO, would there be enough time to give your update? Oh, 10.3? Okay, so 10.3, Your Worship, is a traffic bylaw amendment, speed limit reduction to support new daycare, first and second reading.
Commissioner Hugenholtz, over to you for this one.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. We need to introduce some temporary traffic calming elements near the intersection of Foster Thurston Drive and Sandy Point Road. And this has become even higher priority with the planned opening of a new daycare at the Cherrybrook Zoo site. There are some temporary traffic calming elements that we have planned out in advance of the construction of a modern roundabout at this intersection in 2025. To complement the temporary traffic calming elements, a speed reduction in the area from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour is being recommended through a traffic bylaw change. And the first and second reading are before you here this evening for consideration.
Okay. So, City Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So 2 motions would be required to approve this. The first would be to approve first reading by title and then to approve second reading by title.
Motion to approve first reading by title. Deputy and Counselor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
And this is titled a bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the City of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1 and amendments thereto.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the second reading by title. Councillor Stewart and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A bylaw to amend a bylaw respecting the traffic on streets in the city of St. John, bylaw number MV 10.1, and amendments thereto.
Okay, City Clerk, next item.
Thank you. Okay, well, that brings us to 6:30. So now we can begin our public hearings, which appear on the agenda under the item 9. And the first public hearing is 9.1, a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with Planning Advisory Committee report and staff presentation for 1670 to 1676 Hickey Road.
Over to you, Commissioner Poffenroff, please.
Thank you. Your worship and members of council, this evening's first public hearing is for a rezoning and Section 59 amendment that was submitted by Joyce E. Barrett for the property located at 1670 Hickey Road and part of 1676 Hickey Road. The rezoning and Section 59 amendment will permit the expansion of a supportive facility. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package is the recommendation to amend the Section 59 conditions on 1670 Hickey Road and to rezone a portion of 1676 Hickey Road. This application was previously brought before Common Council for a public hearing, but due to an error in the legislatively required advertisement, it was necessary to restart the approval process. I'll now turn it over to Thomas Llewellyn, the planner on the file, for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thomas, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. As Amy mentioned, the application is the same as previously saw. Due to the clerical error regarding proper property identification, this application has been restarted. The application is requesting to remove the existing Section 59 condition limiting the number of beds at the supportive facility located at 1670 Hickey Road, and a rezoning of the portion of land at 1676 Hickey Road from 2-unit residential to neighborhood community facility. The portion of land being rezoned will be amalgamated with the site of the existing supportive facility to allow for the proposed expansion. Again, the proposed addition to the existing supportive facility will provide an additional 21 beds, bringing the total number of beds to 41. Subject site is tucked behind single-family homes along Hickey Road and is reminiscent of the existing architecture of these homes being a single-story building. The subject site is located in the Eastwood neighborhood, squarely between Loch Lomond Road to the north and Grandview Avenue to the south. The immediate neighborhood is comprised overwhelmingly of residences of various densities, though there are instances of commercial activity along Hickey Road as well. The immediate Eastwood neighborhood is designated stable residential within the municipal plan. Neighborhoods within the stable residential designation are located within the PDA, the primary development area, and have the potential to accommodate additional development at scale and a density consistent with the surrounding context, such as the proposed building. Subject site is currently zoned a neighborhood community facility and 2-unit residential. The portion that is, again, zoned 2-unit residential is being purchased by the applicant and will be amalgamated by the applicant to create a larger lot for the proposed addition to the supportive facility. In order to align the lot with the current and intended use, it is recommended to rezone the portion of 1676 to neighborhood community facility. Letters were sent to landowners, once again, within 100 meters of subject property on August 6th, and public notice was posted on August 12th. No letters were received at any time during the process for this application. Staff are recommending the rezoning of the portion of 1676 Hickey Road to neighborhood community facility and rescinding the existing Section 59 conditions on 1670 Hickey Road, which limit the number of beds of the supportive facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so since I have an audience here, the commissioner has introduced this topic, this item. We've had staff present it, so now I open the public hearing. And when I open the public hearing, I'm going to ask for people initially, anyone who'd like to speak against the project, I'll ask 3 times, then I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for the project. And the reason we do it in that order is that people who speak against it, oftentimes those, the people who are for it can oftentimes address those concerns. Then I'll close the public hearing, and then I will ask my team if they have any questions for staff. the team can also ask any presenters that come as well. So now I'm going to open the public hearing officially, and I'm going to ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of 1670, 1676 Hickey Road project. Oh, sorry, against. I just gave you the rationale for that. So I'm looking for anyone who would like to speak against the project, the proposal for 1670, 1676 Hickey Road. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for Hickey Road. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for Hickey Road. City Clerk, you don't have anyone registered to speak online? Okay. I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the project on Hickey Road. I'll ask for the second time if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the project on Hickey Road. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the proposal for 1670, 1676 Hickey Road. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to ask my team if anyone has any questions for staff on this item. If not, I'm going to take Councillor Redwan, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if staff are able to answer this. I was kind of hoping the proponent is here. Just wondering, when it comes to the nursing homes, would they end up or special care homes, would they end up getting like pre-approved from the province for being able to increase the size ahead of time? Like, I know with affordable housing units, you have to get things zoned and then you get approved. So do you have any idea if it works the proper way to probably approve it in advance?
Through your worship, to my knowledge, it is after the fact
Okay.
or during the process. It's not in advance of, but they do have to meet the requirement, a list of requirements to be able to do so. The fact that they've been in good standing for as long as they have also plays a part.
Absolutely.
But to my knowledge, it's not in the same vein as an affordable housing project.
The applicant's not here, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation is in your kit. I'll take a mover and a seconder on the recommendation. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Ogden. On the question? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
And that was for approval of first reading by title, so that's a law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John, and one more motion for second reading by title.
Approves second reading by title. Councillor Hickey and the deputy on the question? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next item.
Next, we have another public hearing, 9.2 on your agenda, and this is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with a PAC report and staff presentation for 1277 Old Black River Road.
Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you, please.
Your worship and members of council, this evening's second public hearing is for a rezoning that was submitted by Don Moore Surveys and Engineering Ltd. for the property located at 1277 Old Black River Road. The rezoning will establish a 3-unit dwelling as a permitted use. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package is the recommendation to rezone the property. I'll again turn it over to Thomas Llewellyn, the planner on the file, for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Welcome back, Thomas. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is requesting to rezone the subject property from rural residential to low-rise residential to bring the existing 3-unit residential building on the site into conformity with the proposed zoning. The subject site is in the Black River Road neighborhood east of Grandview Industrial Park. The existing residential building on site was originally constructed with 2 residential units and a convenience store before the current zoning bylaw. But prior to the acquisition of the property by the current owners, the previous owners had converted the convenience store into an additional dwelling unit without any knowledge of the city, and no building permits were taken out when that was done. Through this application, the current owners are seeking to resolve the non-conforming nature of the residential building through the rezoning to an appropriate residential zone. Surrounding area is comprised of single-family homes and duplexes, as well as large vacant rural lots to be expected. The subject site is designated rural residential in the municipal plan. The rural residential designation applies to those lands which accommodate existing or approved low-density residential development that is not located within a rural settlement designation, is unserviced, and is located outside of the primary development area. Though the intention of the rural residential designation is generally intended to accommodate existing rural residential, development of residential uses on existing lots designated rural residential is permitted when supported with appropriate servicing. The subject site is again currently zoned rural residential. The rural residential zone accommodates unserviced residential dwellings in the form of 2-unit dwellings and 1-unit dwellings. Given the existing residential building currently possesses 3 units, the low-rise residential zone is the most appropriate for the subject site at this time. Letters were sent to landowners within 100 meters of the subject property on August 6th. No letters were received as of this presentation. Public notice was posted on August 12th. Staff are recommending to rezone the subject site from rural residential to low-rise residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will open the public hearing, and I'll ask if there's anyone here this evening who would like to speak against the proposal for 1277 Old Black River Road. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for 1277 Old Black River Road. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for 1277 Old Black River Road. Not hearing anyone, I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the proposal for 1277 Old Black River Road. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the proposal for 1277 Black River Road. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone who would like to speak in favor of 1277 Old Black River Road. City Clerk, you didn't have anyone registered online?
No registered, no.
Okay, well, I will close the public hearing, and then I'll ask if any of my councilors have questions for staff. So Councilor Harris, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thomas, do we have any idea? Like, I know we have this long-term plan to do a lot of zoning reforms. So this is a non-conforming situation. Do we have any idea how many sites like this are in the city that are going to self-resolve when we can do some of that zoning reform? Or are we really going to have to deal with, because, like I look at that and I think there's a lot of bigger fish for us to fry, especially on your desk with some of the backlog we have on some things. So I'm curious, are we going to self-resolve a bunch of these all at once, or are we going to have to painstakingly comb through this?
I would say most will be self-resolved. For instance, residential buildings that are built before 1967 are automatically allowed to go up to 6 units with a change of use. The issue becomes in rural areas where we're trying to not necessarily limit, but keep within a certain bound development. As of right now, the zoning reform is focusing within the primary development area. So instances in rural areas like this may be individual, but I would say a majority of within the primary development area will be rectified through this.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Hickey?
Just building off Councilor Harris's point, but our commitment in the commitments we made as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund application, or around 4 units by right and stuff like that, that's not specific to the primary development area.
It is, or it is, will be, just because of servicing requirements. From well and septic standpoint, it probably wouldn't be feasible to allow that many units outside the primary development area, as well as more units push. That puts more of an expectation for city services to expand further. And that's why we're limiting the intensification within the primary development area.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the recommendation is there. City Clerk, do you want to read us the motions, please?
Yes, so in this case, just 2 motions are required for approval. Approve the first reading by title, and second motion, approve second reading by title.
Take a motion, Councilor Sullivan and Councilor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
You'll take a motion to approve second reading by title. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, next item, City Clerk.
Next is 9.3, proposed zoning bylaw amendment with PAC report and staff presentation for 3600 to 3630 Westfield Road.
Commissioner Poffenroth, back to you for the intro.
Thank you. This evening's third public hearing is for a rezoning and Section 59 amendment that was submitted by Dick Hickey for properties located at 3600 and 3630 Westfield Road. Included in this file are staff-led amendments to the zoning bylaw, including amendments to the mini home park residential zone. The rezoning, Section 59 amendments, and text amendments will permit the development of a mini home community with local commercial uses. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package is the recommendation to rezone the property. I will again turn it over to Thomas Llewellyn, the planner on the file, for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Thomas, again.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is seeking to construct a 35-unit mini home park that contains a community building, commercial aspects. The portion of land focusing on Westfield Road is being reserved for commercial uses. The subject site is currently being used for boat storage, which is not visible from the road. It's quite wooded. Subject site is in the Martinon neighborhood on the city's west side, near the border with Grand Bay, Westfield. The neighborhood contains single-family homes, restaurants, and grocery stores, and other community uses. Subject site is designated rural settlement area within the municipal plan. Several historic rural communities, such as the Martinon neighborhood, and the subject site are designated rural settlement area. These communities historically contain small-scale rural residential as well as commercial and community uses, which supported these neighborhoods. The development of low-density housing with private on-site water and wastewater systems is permitted, as are appropriate commercial uses, community facilities, and home occupations, as well as parks. The proposed use aligns with the intent of the rural settlement area designation. Subject site is currently zoned rural settlement residential. The rural settlement zone accommodates unserviced residential development in the form of 1- and 2-unit dwellings, as well as supportive housing and minor supportive facilities. Given the proposed project is a mini home park with commercial uses, a rezoning is required. While the existing mini home park residential zone is appropriate for traditional mobile and mini home parks, the modern landscape of mini home parks is moving towards the inclusion of small footprint wood-framed residential buildings that are constructed on site. To support this proposed development and assist similar developments in the future, staff are proposing amendments to the mini home residential park zone to align with modern expectations of mini home parks. Specific conditions being proposed are shown in the attachment to the report, a law to amend the zoning bylaw. Staff reviewed other municipalities, our existing mobile home parks bylaw, and the local commercial zone to determine the best way forward in amending the mini home park residential zone. The City of Fredericton's similar zone includes commercial uses which are intended to satisfy some of the mini home community's needs. In the context of St. John, we found that the local commercial zone contained the most appropriate commercial uses that can fulfill most of the residents' daily needs. And while the 1972 St. John Mobile Home Parks bylaw is beginning to show its age, there are elements within the bylaw that staff found appropriate to include within the amended zone. Requirements such as the location of infrastructure, an added provision for communal amenity space, and additional landscaping requirements for the community as a whole to better blend into the surrounding neighborhood. Although the previously mentioned sources of inspiration provided the lion's share of the applicable standards for the amended RP zone, staff found it necessary to include provisions around a communal servicing and development permits for mini home park community design. Letters were sent to landowners within 100 meters of the subject property on August 6th. One letter in opposition was received after the PAC meeting, and public notice was posted on August 12th. PAC and staff are recommending to amend the mini home park residential zone and the mobile home park use definition, remove existing section 59 conditions, and rezone the subject site from rural settlement to mini home park residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will now open the public hearing, and I'll ask if there's anyone present this evening who would like to speak against the proposal for 3600 to 30 and 3630 Westfield Road. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for 3600 and 3630 Westfield Road. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for 3630 and 3600 Westfield Road. Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of 3600, 3630 Westfield Road. I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of 3600, 3630 Westfield Road. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the proposal for 3600, 3630 Westfield Road. Okay, I will close the public hearing, and I'll ask my team if you have any questions for staff. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask another question on this one. To you, Thomas. This is more of a point of curiosity. How does this, I guess there's two parts to the question. One, do we have a sense of the timeline on when the development would sort of get off the ground? Because it's a pretty unsightly area. There's a lot of garbage out back of that area. I've been up around there quite a bit. But yeah, do we have any sense from the developer what he's looking at for a timeline and when?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Then the second question, more of a curiosity because I'm not aware. How does this dovetail? So how does this mobile home park piece dovetail with some of these other bylaws like an as of right? Because I know most of our zones have built in the as of right for an accessory dwelling. I assume this is exempt from that, or?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did say that people can do wood frame construction. Does that apply to all of our mobile? Is it just this one? Does that apply to all of our mini home areas?
So it would, anything that would be zoned the mini home park zone would then be under the umbrella of the revised zone. So it is possible.
We wouldn't have any other places zoned that way yet, though, would we? Just this one?
I believe the mobile home park on the east side is zoned RP, and there's one other location that is also.
So there would be a couple of locations
Yep.
where people could do on a pad, wood frame constructed tiny homes.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting because that's been a recent change, I know, to our bylaws, so thank you.
Excellent questions, Councillor. Good information. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so City Clerk, over to you for the motions.
Thank you. For this item, we require 4 motions because there are 2 zoning bylaws to amend. So for the first bylaw, we need approval of first and second reading by title, and for the second bylaw amendment, first and second reading by title.
Okay, so we'll do the first one, approve first reading by title. Councillor Sullivan and the deputy on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve second reading by title. Councillor Stewart and Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, and then we have the second component, so I'll take a motion to approve first reading by title. Councillor Harris and Councillor Radwan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
And I'll take a motion to approve second reading by title. The deputy and Councillor Sullivan on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, we'll have to get Councillor Hickey back in here. Where Where's he? Oh, there he is. He's going up the down staircase here. He's in here. He's coming in the other door. Okay, City Clerk. Next item.
Next, we have 9.4 and another public hearing for zoning bylaw amendment. This one's for Central Peninsula School, 88 to 128 St. James Street.
Commissioner Poffenroff, over to you for the intro.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This evening's fourth public hearing is for a rezoning application that was submitted by the New Brunswick Department of Transportation and Infrastructure for a series of properties located on St. James Street, Sydney Street, Charlotte Street, and Britton Street. The rezoning will permit the development of a K-8 school, early learning center, and a community hub. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee, and included in your package is the recommendation to rezone the property. I'll now turn it over to Yeva Matson, the planner on the file for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Eva, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. So this is an application to rezone various sites on that front onto Sydney Street, St. James Street, Charlotte Street, and some northern portions of Rainbow Park. And we would be rezoning from urban center residential and park to neighborhood community facility. So the image above shows the proposal. It's a rendering of the proposed K-8 school, associated early learning center, and community hub. And this was what it would look like across the various sites. There would also be new drop-off lanes, temporary parking, new pathways, landscaping, and some negotiation between shared use of Rainbow Park. The first image is the front of the building facing onto St. James Street, which would be the entrance to the school. And then that second image is the rear of the building going into Rainbow Park. I would like to note the shared use of Rainbow Park and the redesign are still being negotiated. They are not part of this rezoning. Here's a bit of the general layout of the proposal. It's a bit hard to see in the image because of the size, but that little yellow strip would be Charlotte Street and the bus drop-off. Then there's some purple on St. James Street and Sydney, which is 15-minute parking. And then there's some 2-hour parking in the green zone there. Staff would be parking off-site at a different location that is still being negotiated, and that would be for the school and the hub, and I believe for the early learning center. So as said, the proposal would sit across several sites fronting on Charlotte Street, St. James Street, and Sydney Street in the south end of the Central Peninsula. This is predominantly a residential neighborhood with a variety of housing typologies. The wider neighborhood also contains a few commercial uses as well as parks and community uses. To the south and east of the site is also port-owned land zone transportation, to the west, not the east. And the site is very accessible by a variety of transportation methods, including sidewalks that form the pedestrian network. There's new bike lanes being installed on Charlotte Street and transits that stop directly adjacent to the site. In this image above, you can see the location on the corner of St. James and Charlotte, which would be the building on that corner left would be demolished for the new school. And you can see infrastructure improvements are already underway as part of a wider project. And this is where the additional bike lanes and new crosswalks would be. Here's an image of St. James. The school would sit on the right side of the street with some of the buildings demoed. And this would be where the new school would exit out onto. And then here is City Street, just off of corner of St. James. The new building would sit roughly just past that first telephone pole and merge into Rainbow Park. The site is designated as medium to high density residential in the municipal plan, which supports the development of medium to high density residential uses, as well as supporting community facilities, especially in neighborhoods and intensification areas, which in this case, the site sits in the Central Peninsula intensification zone. Policy CF34 also specifically directs the city to enhance schools in this intensification area with a particular focus on the urban core. And the subject property is identified as part of the south end within the Central Peninsula Secondary Plan. And it's noted for being the largest residential neighborhood in the Central Peninsula. And this really represents an opportunity to establish a new public school, which will support this growing neighborhood. The plan does, or the proposal does conform to the municipal plan and the secondary plan. So as said, the northern portion of the site is zoned urban center residential and the south portion is zoned park. And the proposed zoning would establish the entire property as neighborhood community facility, which would allow for the development of a K-8 school, community hub, and early learning center. The proposed rezoning of the site can be viewed as compatible with the surrounding development pattern, as the use of the site as a school would benefit the immediate neighborhood and is considered compatible with residential areas. The proposed development does align with the CFN zone standards with minimal development officer variances for setback. And then due to site limitations, there would need to be variances to remove the need for on-site parking, which is, as I said, being negotiated off-site. Letters were sent to landowners within 100 meters of the subject property on August 6th. Public notice was posted on August 12th. One letter has been received in support of the school with some concerns about parking and the use of the park. PAC and staff are in alignment and recommend rezoning the site from urban center residential, and park to neighborhood community facility. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Okay, so I will open the public hearing, and I will ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for Sydney Street, Charlotte Street, St. James Street area. Come forward, please, and I'll get you to give us your name.
Hi, my name's Catherine Ferris. I'm a resident of South End. I'm also a Navigate. Been volunteering at Post, and I was a co-founder of Post. I have some concerns about the new school. This even tops it up when I hear in the paper about $11 million extra dollars to build the school when we have homelessness and people don't know how to feed their next meal. My concerns started, yes, we need a new school, but I guess a lot of it's the process of how we got here today. I was at St. John the Baptist for the meeting at Rainbow Park. I know it's about the school, but when we did the sewing stuff, and it says 100 meters for the people across the street. Rainbow Park is part of the community. It's not just for the people across the street. And when they thought about using the Jump Start that was donated as a community for all people, ages, and races to make it into a school zone, it takes away from the rest of the community. I don't know if anyone thought about this, but other organizations use that through the school day. Key Industries, the St. John Newcomers, and they had no consultation on this. The other thing is I'm concerned about who's responsible. As we know, in parks nowadays, needle and syringes are found more often. When at nighttime, the park's given to the community, what happens in the morning when you get your students going into the schoolyard, who cleans it? Is it the provincial government or is it the city? Who's going to be responsible for that? I talked the other day at the planning committee. I had permission from Key Industries and St. John Newcomers. I learned that there are families that come from St. John Newcomers. They don't get right into the school, so the families do use the playground. When it came to Keys, they were concerned about the Charlotte Street road. They have a lot of vulnerable people, and right now the traffic is not too busy. There's concerns about that. I don't think a lot of community members notice. When we had the meeting at St. John the Baptist School, it was on your website, but as you know, high percentage of people now are seniors who don't have phones or internet. You also have people that just don't have your St. John policy online. So a lot of people didn't know. I had an event the day before with houses that is one block away from King Edward School right now. And none of them knew about that meeting at St. John the Baptist School. And a lot of them were family members that attend that school right now. I'm concerned about the fact about just the communication and the fact that probably a majority don't know about this meeting right now. And when it came to the Jacqueline Brewer, Ryan Turner, I think that it shouldn't be in a real chaos, busy area. It should be in a peaceful area of the school. I was hoping that they would put like maybe a little community park there and another one. And I hate to say this, it makes the students more vulnerable. And the reason why I'm saying this is if you have a schoolyard, right now, the schoolyard at St. John the Baptist and Prince Charles School are sort of closed in. It's in the back of their schools. And what is stopping anybody from sitting there on a public bench, watching all the kids playing in the schoolyard all day long, getting to know who they are, which way they go home? There's a concern about that. I know there is for me as a mother. I'm against it. And then to learn that the school's going to cost $11 million, that maybe that money should be going to build some addiction buildings or something. So that's.
Okay, I'll just get you to wait there. Does anyone have any questions for our guests this evening? Okay, thank you for being here tonight.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I will ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal for the Sydney Street, St. James Street, Charlotte Street school property. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone who would like to speak against this proposal. I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the proposal. Come on down. Let's get you to give us your name.
Okay, Your Worship, councillors, thank you. I'm Heather Kopp. I'm here, I'm project engineer from the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. And I have with me today as well Pascal Landry from the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, as well as Michael Kolpitz, project architect from Murdoch and Boyd Architecture here in St. John. Michael has a presentation just with some background on his design for the school. And certainly if there are any other questions, we can take those. It's a 3-story school, 11,000 square meters. So we've got the school, the community hub, and the early learning facility, and a target enrollment of 531 kindergarten through grade 8 students. We've been working with city staff. There have been many items to be resolved over these last months. We really appreciate the work that we've been able to do together between the province and the city. So I'll turn that over to Michael Kolpitz.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. So what I have here is just kind of an overview, some kind of general ideas of where the design came from, just to walk you through it, give everybody a little bit of information that maybe is not hidden, but with some explanation maybe could find some a different level of appreciation. So the design of the school has taken cues from the site, the Central Peninsula, and the proximity to the harbor. We began the design process by researching historic images and historic maps of the area, and came to realize very quickly just how direct a connection the site has to the harbor. We've also realized just how much kind of the landscape of the Central Peninsula has changed over the years. The map that's on the screen now from 1840 shows piers and wharves lining the entire length of the western side of the peninsula, all of them sort of jutting out into the harbor. This map is a little older. It dates from 1787, and it shows the southwest corner of what is now Rainbow Park. You see where the little blue rectangle is? That's the school site. Directly below that is kind of the southern part of Rainbow Park. You can see the southwest corner is kind of cut away, and that is because the shoreline was so close to that block.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? Is there any way to make that a bit bigger?
Oh, right here? Maybe?
And I can enlarge the whole
Okay.
presentation for you as well.
Oh, there we go.
That's a bit better.
A bit better?
Yeah.
A little better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. All right. How's this?
Better.
Okay. So this map, shows the southwest corner of Rainbow Park missing because the water is so close to that block. There's all sorts of analogies that can be made between a school and a harbor. Notions of safe harbor, the idea that harbors promote connections, and concept of a harbor as a place where journeys begin and futures start. And of course, in order to access the harbor, wharves and piers become very important. For these reasons, we felt it was very fitting to use these ideas and imagery of piers and wharves as a jumping off point for the design of the school. The school is arranged in a U-shape configuration with a courtyard in the center. This configuration allows us to get natural light into all the interior teaching areas and to create bright and inviting spaces for learning. The courtyard is also reminiscent of the lower cove that once existed at the southwest side of the peninsula, and kind of that image that is over on the right-hand side. In fact, it's, I presume, the reason why we refer to it as the lower cove loop in the city. The angle of the west side of the courtyard, as you can see my pointer, that angle is not arbitrary. It's chosen very purposefully. And that angle of the building actually points out towards Partridge Island. And in essence, the whole courtyard gestures out towards the bay. The northeast portion of the building, that is the 3-story element, primarily contains classrooms. The center of the building, this portion here, that contains the entrance, the main entrance, the library, and the cafeteria space. The northwest portion of the building is a single-story piece that contains the music and performing arts teaching spaces. Behind that is a double-height gymnasium space. And then in the southwest corner of the building, that is where we've located the community hub. And that community hub is, it shares an entrance into the building, but it also operates as a separate piece of the building. So not only does the stepping of the building help kind of programmatically keeping program elements together, but it also helps to break the building up into more human-scaled pieces. At street level, at the center of the building on St. James Street, which is the top image, the building face on the main floor moves in and out. This is reminiscent of the wharves and piers that were once prevalent along the peninsula. And this is also where the main entrance is located. Above that, the bright blue element creates a focal point for the facade and contains the library. This element is supported on exposed supports, the columns, much like the structure of wharves and piers. And that repeats on the courtyard side of the building as well. And you can sort of see that in the courtyard image here. This is a closer up image. You can see that stepping of, oops, nope. Sorry, giving you previews. You can see the stepping in and out of that main level, kind of doing the pier and wharf configuration. The idea of the piers and wharves are also represented in the use of different materials and different configurations on the facades. Around the classroom wing, which is on the left-hand side of this image, the copper-colored elements, which is corrugated metal siding, extends down the facade It kind of goes around on the Sydney Street side in a similar fashion, and that's sort of reminiscent of the way the piers and wharves kind of jutted out into the harbor. The building is going to be clad in textured concrete masonry brick at the lower levels on Sydney, Charlotte, and St. James Street. And the remainder of the building, mostly the upper portions of the building, and then on the courtyard side, will be clad in corrugated metal siding in 3 different colors, all of which you see here: the bright blue, the warm gray, and the copper. The angled lines around the gym, which is this double height element, are another example of the pier wharf reference, where the lines of the copper-colored metal siding extend up the building, much like the supports for a pier. In this image, you can also see the entrance to the South End Community Hub, and this is along Charlotte Street. This slide shows a view into the courtyard from the Jumpstart playground. This gives a good view of the courtyard building elements supported on exposed structure, and also shows how we've stepped the building to give that sense of more of a human scale to the building. And this is a view from Sydney Street, showing more of the copper elements that are breaking up the upper portion of the facade, along with the concrete brick at the street level. And the blue metal siding that you see here, that is the entrance from the student drop-off. And you might have noticed that that blue element also appears at the main entrance, so also on the bus entrance side of the building. And it's used around the building as a wayfinding means to show where the entrances to the building are. And I'll just end with some images that we have created of the interior of the building, kind of the main gathering spaces. This is a view into the cafeteria. It's a double height space. And in this image, you're looking towards St. James Street through kind of the lobby area. On the second level, on the other side of a railing area, that's where the library is located. So there's lots of natural light that's coming into the cafeteria, large open space, lots of opportunity for flexible use of the space for students. And this is a closer up of the main lobby area where we have the building facade moving in and out. The area that is kind of framed by that in and out, we've referred to it as the learning piers, which is a space where students will be able to gather. Maybe at lunchtime they're eating their lunch there. During class time, they might be moving there to work on group projects or partner projects, that sort of thing. So again, a very flexible space. And then I'll end with an image of the double height library space. So to the right-hand side, you'd be looking down into the cafeteria. And on the left-hand side of the image is glazing, which will provide a beautiful view back over towards Queen Square for all the students. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone have any questions for our presenter? I will say that I think the hub was an afterthought and certainly would have contributed to the extra money that they had to put into the building that we're talking about. That was something that was there originally because it was the 2 schools, St. John the Baptist and King Edward, and there was space for one. So it's great to have that back. I will say that this is exciting for me. My kids all went to that school. So I know St. John the Baptist School well. And to have a cafeteria, in those days, I'm not sure. I mean, my youngest is 33 now, but in those days, it was only walkers. No one stayed for lunch, no library, So, I mean, this is a real opportunity for kids. That space is amazing. And I love the thoughtfulness of the project as well.
Thank you.
All right. I do have a couple of questions. Councillor Harris, please. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have to say, I mean, it looks great. I love the historical context of it. I got 3 kids that are going to be kind of at this age that I likely will be able to send here, which is exciting to see. And I guess one of the things struck me, 4 years ago, I remember, there was an election campaign. It was a snap election. Now we're in another election, of course, season here. But one of the key preeminent features of that election for this riding in Harbour was the completion of the South End School, the new South End School. And that had already been in the works for 4 years for some. There's been significant delays in this, and I understand a lot of this has taken time. But can you help me with the amount of design struggle that has gone into building an urban school? Because when we look at urban settings, they require very different treatment. And from what I understand, and this may have a lot to do with the architecture piece and more to do with the engineering piece, it hasn't been in DTI's wheelhouse to build in an urban setting, more used to building in Greenfield, out in rural New Brunswick somewhere where there's not really any limitations around space. Does this set a precedent? Does this set some sort of precedent that we're going to see moving forward in other urban settings? Because I think we're probably going to have more projects like this in the next 10, 15 years for our city. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, it may certainly, on the site proper for the school, we don't have the typical components that we would normally have when we have a full-size school in a less densely populated area. So I think that we are seeing from the municipalities that move with the province for us to look at those type of sites that wouldn't necessarily have the parking or the field. But certainly it's the Department of Education is responsible for that site selection, and they are showing their flexibility, I think, in this example, where there are urban settings that they are looking at alternatives to those site components and working with the cities like we've been able to here.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious about the process overall, because like I say, I think we are going to be on this again before too long with some of our other schools that have aged in the city. As you know, Canada's oldest city, we just going to have that reality that we're staring down. So I'm hoping it doesn't take us 9 years to get a new school for the next time around. But I am excited about this, and the design is beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it is pretty exciting. I think if all goes well, there'll be over 500 kids that are really excited to go to school and hopefully a little excited to learn in the school. I just really wanted to know, and I don't know how much conversation that you've had, but sometimes it could come down to design. I know there's been some concerns about not being able to use the playground in the daytime. Is that something that, like, kids that are smaller might be able to go in and do it? Is there a way to make sure that the design is set up so that, you know, you could have other families going in there while still security would be okay on the school?
Right, I know that the negotiations have been between the department, the district, and the city on how Rainbow Park will be set up with the school. So we can't speak to the final design.
Yeah, we can check with, well, you can ask your question, staff.
Yeah, well, hopefully that's something that'll be able to be in the works. But the design is amazing. Thank you for all of the thought. I thought it was really interesting and very interesting to see that area of music and art was like one floor, so that maybe noise wouldn't be going throughout the top part of the buildings and such. It's always been a challenge sometimes in the schools. So anyway, great. Hopefully, this has been how many decades, Mayor? Like
Well, it's
maybe
been a
5
while.
since we've had a new school. So great job on the design. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Michael. It's a beautiful school. We waited a little while, but there's a Tots playground that's going in for kids that won't be going to school there. The city has designed that, so hopefully that'll look after any problem. But it's a beautiful school. It's been a while, but let's just get her done.
Right on, my friend. Thank you very much for coming this evening and appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll ask again for the second time if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this project, this amazing project. And I'll ask for the third time if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the project. So I'll close the public hearing, and Councillor Radwan, you had a question for staff? Eva?
So as noted, there is still some negotiation ongoing about the shared use of the park. Citizens are welcome to still submit their concerns and their opinions on their Shape Your City page, and there will definitely be another public engagement event before probably spring 2025.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be nailed down as quickly as this rezoning does because it can still be negotiated on during the building phases. So.
Okay, that's great. That would be really great for families that are just coming into the city, or, that have the really little ones that are not in there yet. So that's great. Thank you.
Sounds good. Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Radwan, just to add on, we do have a preliminary design right now of what the Rainbow Park would look like once the school is open, and we have incorporated into that design a tot lot, like a small playground area for preschool children, so those who aren't yet in that school, but that they can still take advantage of some of the facilities there during school hours. So there's some of the things that we're looking at and working through. And again, to Yeva's point, we do have a Shape Your City site. It's important for people to provide their feedback and input. And with that, we will be collecting all of that over the coming months, having a further engagement session in the area to talk about what Rainbow Park could look like based on our preliminary design and incorporating some of the feedback we received. So for folks in the neighborhood to watch for that, and before spring probably is what we're looking at for further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll say briefly too that Councillor Lowe and I were on the site selection team, and we looked at everything. And one of the things that we did talk about was sharing infrastructure, and it certainly made it a lot more doable. That meant that the province didn't have to put a playground in because we already had one. There's a ball field across Broad Street. So there are things available down there. And so when you're doing a school in an inner city and you don't have 10 hectares of land or whatever they require today to get it done, you have to share the infrastructure. And so that was a real game changer for getting the school for us. So it's been an amazing journey. All right, well, I'll close the public hearing. I've done that. Anyone has any questions for staff? No? Okay. City Clerk, over to you for the motions I need.
Thank you, Your Worship. Only two motions required to approve this: approve first reading by title and approve second reading by title.
Approve first reading by title. Councillor Norton and Councillor Lowe on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Approve second reading by title. Councillor Lowe and Councillor Norton on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A law to amend the zoning bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay. Next item, City Clerk.
The final public hearing is 9.5 on your agenda, and it's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with a PAC report and staff presentation for 1750 Sandy Point Road.
Okay, so I have a question. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Does anyone, because I've got a lot of guests here and nobody's come up for any of the items, so I'm assuming everybody's coming up for this one. Okay, yeah. Yep, so we do a recess? Can we do we'll do a bio break or whatever they call it. All right, do I need a motion for that?
Yes.
Can I get a motion from Councillor Ogden and Councillor Hickey for a bio break? 10 minutes?
10 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, just to let everybody go and come back. Like, are you talking if we go more than an hour? Yeah, like, I mean. Listen, you just give me the eyeball, I'll take another recess. You just. Calling all councilors. Oh, there you are, John. Are we at 10?
I didn't make note of when we
Okay,
left, I'm sorry.
me either.
But I think we're close to 10.
Okay,
Why don't we say 7:40, 7:37? So.
okay. Yeah, he said we'll wait till 40. He says we'll wait till 40. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
It should be, but I missed it.
Well, he's got something on. Does he not know that the air conditioning is too chilly? Okay, do I have everybody back here? Just Councillor Sullivan. Oh, no, who's missing? Oh, the CFO, okay. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, please. Do I need to do anything? Okay, Kurt. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Yeah, I need my gavel in here. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. City Clerk, next item. Are we ready? Next item.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next on the agenda is item 9.5 under our public hearings, and it's a proposed zoning bylaw amendment with a PAC report and staff presentation for 1750 Sandy Point Road.
Okay, and I'm handing this over to Commissioner Poffenroff as well.
Your Worship and members of council, this evening's final public hearing is for a rezoning application that was submitted by 667117NB Ltd. for part of a property located at 1750 Sandy Point Road. The rezoning will permit the development of a multi-unit residential building. The application has been evaluated by staff and the Planning Advisory Committee. At the Planning Advisory Committee meeting, the committee came to a tie vote and was unable to provide a recommendation to council. Included in your package is the letter from the chair of the PAC, and staff recommendation is to rezone the property. Mark Reed, the senior planner, will present the file, followed by Pankaj Nilavde, Director of Community Planning and Housing, to include some additional planning context. And with that, I will hand it over to Mark.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, Mark.
Your Worship and Council, this is a rezoning for a site at 1750 Sandy Point Road. The applicant is proposing to rezone a portion of the site from R2, two-unit dwelling, to mid-rise residential. They are proposing one 76-unit building on the site, and the proponent has listened to some of the concerns raised by the community from when they first started this process and reduced down to one 76-unit building from their earlier proposal that incorporated two buildings, each with 60 units. The building would have 5 stories of residential over an internal parkade. This shows the location of the revised building on the site. What they've done is with this site plan, they've pulled it from the existing dwellings along Sandy Point Road on the right of the drawing to provide some additional buffer. As well, along the top portion of the map, that area is currently undeveloped. And then there is a existing dwelling off to the left that is still benefits from an existing buffer as well. This is another schematic here showing the proposed site plan. The parking has been located to the front of the building to minimize impact on the adjacent residential areas in the Lentook Drive area. This is a proposal of the typical exterior finishes of the building. This isn't what would be built. The building is still being designed, so there is opportunity there to undertake some changes with respect to color types and building materials as the design progresses. In terms of the site location, the site is located on the northwest side of Sandy Point Road, just to the south of the Sandy Point Road Foster Thurston Drive intersection. This is an air photo here. The site is currently treed. And this is a view here showing the existing site. It's generally higher than Sandy Point Road. There was an earlier proposal by the property owner to subdivide the site into 4 lots for single or 2-unit residential development, but this proposal has been brought forward by the current applicants. Another view of the site here showing its elevated nature from Sandy Point Road. The municipal plan has the site designated as stable residential. And one of the things we think it's important to look at is the context along this corridor of Sandy Point Road. To the north, where the yellow circle is, the city is planning a new roundabout, and one of the things we've heard is, Sandy Point Road is a busy road. In that vein, and given the proposed daycare that's currently set to open within the next few days, that's shown in blue just off to the right of the roundabout, the city has. Tonight, we've given first and second reading to an amendment to the traffic bylaw to reduce the speed limit on that section of Sandy Point Road to improve traffic safety. The site is shown here in red. It benefits from investments that were made about 20 years ago on this section of Sandy Point Road to improve water servicing in this area of Milledgeville. Prior to that, Kennebecasis Drive and this section of Sandy Point Road were 2 dead ends. There were water pressure issues, so there were some upgrades taken along this portion of Sandy Point Road to provide a connection over to Kennebecasis to improve pressures. One of the additional benefits of that is it also provided capacity for future development. And at the time, it was calculated that that improvement could support another 800 dwelling units in this area. There is existing higher density residential development in the area, shown here in red with the yellow boundary. The Eagles Nest Estates proposal that was proposed a few years ago, that received a rezoning to high-rise residential as well as an area of mid-rise residential. And then further to the south at the University Avenue Sandy Point Road intersection, there is also an area of high-density residential along with a commercial node. As well, about the same time as that rezoning further to the south occurred, the Arlington Crescent development was rezoned to mid-rise residential, which is actively being built out. One of the important features to look at when you look at this whole area is that, folks say it's a rural area, but really what it is the undeveloped context of the area lends folks to characterize it incorrectly as a rural area. We have Rockwood Park on the east side of the road, which is, a large park, large open space. Plus we have the golf course. And then to the west of the site, between Kennebecasis Drive and Sandy Point Road, we have an area of land that's zoned future development. So that, that area has yet to develop. So, given that context of, the wide open spaces resulting from the park and undeveloped area, it could be characterized as having a rural feel, but it is an urban site within the city's primary development area. Further to the south, roughly about 1.5 kilometers south of the site, we have the UNB St. John Regional Hospital Primary Center, which is one of the 2 primary centers designated in the city's municipal plan, where we see a fair bit of growth happening. And you can see here within the heavy purple boundary, the existing footprint of the UNB SJ Regional Hospital campus, and then the future lands that they have for development that are outlined in purple on the map. In terms of, the context, just to summarize, it is a serviced urban location within the primary development area. It benefits from a servicing extension that was carried out in the early 2000s, which provided an additional capacity for 800 units. It does have elements of a complete community given its proximity to the primary center, Rockwood Park, and the commercial areas in Milledgeville. And the rural nature of the site is a perception given the proximity of Rockwood Park and future development zoning. The stable residential allows for intensification, and it's guided by policy LU88 that looks at compatibility with existing development. This site is located on a collector roadway, which is staff feel from a planning perspective is an appropriate site for residential development of this nature and density, much like other areas of that were recently approved in the city, such as Loch Lomond Road and other busy arterials. Compatibility with the existing development is promoted by the buffering from the adjacent residential areas. Servicing is adequate. That was reviewed, and again, it benefits from servicing investments that have been undertaken by the city. Transportation capacity exists. The developer prepared a traffic impact study, and there were no identified traffic impacts from the development. The developer is proposing a contemporary building design, and there's also no limit on height within the stable residential designation. Based on that, staff are of the opinion the proposal aligns and conforms to our municipal plan. We note that the last municipal plan was adopted in 2012, and at that time, there was really less growth pressure in the city. We were coming out of a major recession. Now things have flipped. There's increased population and housing demand here in the city. And one of the things that happens with this increased demand is that it really pushes for changes in the housing form. In prior years, a lot of the multiple unit buildings were traditionally 4 stories, walk-up apartments. Now, with recent changes to the building code, we can go 6-story wood frame construction and above. And what that does is these additional units provide for economies and efficiencies of scale through elevators, underground parking, and site amenities. So we're seeing much larger buildings brought forth by the development community. In terms of best practices, we also did a jurisdictional scan looking at municipal plans in Waterloo, Kitchener, Moncton, and Halifax, just to see some of the best practices they employ for densification in areas such as this. And they have a lot of the same elements that we do in our municipal plan. We look at, proximity to employment areas, utilization of existing infrastructure, and locations on major roadways such as arterials and collectors. We also, closer to home, looked at a couple of precedents in Moncton. This is a map here of northwest Moncton showing 2 highlighted areas that have seen some recent development applications that are under construction. The first precedent is in the northern part of the map. It's a 52-unit building across from Northrop Fry School. So we can see how schools can incite development in an area. It's a 52-unit building at the intersection of Augusta Court and Ryan Road. Another precedent closer to the developed core of the city, it's on the Twin Oaks extension across from L'École Le Sommet, and that project involves 8 residential buildings built out over a 5 to 10 year period. 6 of the buildings would be multiple unit buildings having between 60 and 100 residential units. And then 2 of the buildings would include mixed use commercial uses. And then there would be 2 2-story stacked townhouses, each having 20 units. And as you can see from the photo in the upper left of the corner, those are proximate to lower density residential development. In terms of zoning, the zoning of the site is 2-unit residential, and the proponent is proposing to rezone the site to mid-rise residential. Generally, it meets the zone standards with the exception of the increased front yard setback and potentially a height variance depending on the final height and site design of the building. Staff are proposing Section 59 conditions. One is to recoup some of the city's investment in infrastructure through a servicing levy based on a past council resolution. And we looked at various ways of doing that, lots versus units versus frontage. We've come up with a number proposed in the recommended Section 59 conditions of between $17,000 and $18,000 for the site. We are also requiring preparation of a landscaping plan that incorporates landscaping design in that front yard of the building between the parking area and the street, as well as the developer's responsibility for any required infrastructure upgrades. In terms of engagement, as with any rezoning application, letters were sent to property owners within 100 meters of the site, and tonight's public hearing was advertised on our city website. At the PAC meeting, we had 42 letters received. I did a quick count. There were some more received since then. I think we had between 70 and 80 in tonight's council packet. Some of them did appear to be duplicates. The applicant's consultant did appear before PAC, and 9 area residents spoke, voicing objections and concerns regarding the proposal. The staff recommendation was to rezone a portion of the site to mid-rise residential, subject to recommended Section 59 conditions. The PAC recommendation, they had a motion on the floor to recommend denial of the application. That resulted in a tie vote. And given the committee's rules of procedure, that motion to deny was lost, given it was a tie vote. So the committee is unable to provide a recommendation to Common Council. I note that the staff recommendation is still to rezone the site, subject to Section 59 conditions. And I will turn it over to Pankaj Nalavde to provide a bit of additional background from a community planning context.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My colleague, Mark Reed, has touched on all the key technical and policy points. I just want to touch on why this project aligns with city's municipal plan direction in the context of broader housing needs that we are facing today, in the context of our other housing initiatives, such as the HAF project, and what is the message being given out through all these initiatives. Based on the feedback during the 2 PAC meetings, which I was glad to attend, residents are broadly concerned about the project being a 6-story apartment building and something that would erode neighborhood character and impacts to traffic, infrastructure, and lack of consultation. On the topic of consultation, based on the feedback during the first June PAC meeting, the developer did respond by reducing the scale of the project. It's 35% smaller than what the project previously was, even though it was supported by infrastructure at that point. The site is located along Sandy Point Road, which is an arterial road, potentially a future primary corridor, facing Rockwood Park. From the image, you can see that the site actually falls away towards Kennebecasis River. And so a lot of the homes that are along that slope, looking at the river, are not really visually impacted by this development. The development sits on the top of the hill, and it's not really obstructing or impeding anyone's view. And we can appreciate that sort of a concern. In terms of how this project is supported by infrastructure, as Mark alluded, that city made infrastructure investments in early 2000s, and there is a capital plan to invest in a traffic circle at the intersection of Cherrybrook Zoo. So the project is well supported in terms of its infrastructure needs. From a policy perspective, this area is designated as stable residential under the municipal plan. And it's true, as some of the residents have pointed out, that stable residential is not supposed to undergo significant change. And that's the context of 2012, 2013, when this policy came in, and the city wasn't experiencing a lot of growth. Today, developers are looking for opportunities where they can buy land that is well supported by infrastructure, that they're able to build a project and make new housing viable in these locations. So this really is a response to our growing housing need. And so to deal with this issue of policy context, what are the key principles within our municipal plan that support this project? And that's what I really want to touch upon today. So the first one is really the neighborhood and housing goals, right? That's the opening statement of your housing policy. And it speaks to providing, our city will provide a range of housing types, unit types at various densities and scales to meet the income levels of current and future residents. And we are at that point today, some of us cannot afford single detached homes. So this is the time for that policy interpretation, that we need housing form that is that's just not the norm. It's slightly different. It deals with density. It offers more choice in a community. If you look at your Plan SJ direction on neighborhoods, it speaks about neighborhoods being mixed and diverse with building designs and densities for new housing, which efficiently use land resources and infrastructure and offer housing choices to meet the different life cycle needs. So this project meets that policy intent. As people within this community start to retire, the proposed development could offer an option for them to downsize and stay within their community. We understand this project is also being financed under a CMHC program, so at least 10% of this product can be affordable. So that's another choice for the community. Urban neighborhoods constantly undergo change. The current proposition is not new or unique to St. John. These are two images from Milledgeville area, local examples of similar mixed-use densities and housing forms. One is near Technology Drive, and you can see up on the hill there are apartments, and there are some row houses, and there are some single-density, low-density homes. And the other one is a stark contrast. It's a high-rise right in the midst of residential. But as these neighborhoods grow, a variety of housing forms come around, and they make it interesting. They offer choice and affordability for people. This slide is just about our current Housing Accelerator Fund initiative. Our neighborhoods are changing and densifying at a pace not previously seen. And this need for affordability is shaping this outcome. Under our HAF project, the direction we are going in is to allow 4 units on every lot within the primary development area, to allow intensification and increased densities in intensification areas and primary corridors. Sandy Point Road is a primary corridor connecting to the university and the hospital, and increasing height of mid-rise developments up to 6 stories. So the variance that is today being requested, tomorrow once the HAF project is complete, would not be required. It would be the norm. In terms of housing outcome commitments, almost 71% of our housing stock is expected to be an apartment-style housing form. And so this project is very much in line with some of this direction that the city has set for ourselves. So the proposal responds to this housing need at a scale and will add significant housing stock to the city through one project. So this diagram ultimately shows the potential and diversity of Sandy Point Corridor, with major employment centers being the university and the hospital, prevalence of medium and high density sites, commercial uses, daycare facilities, and regional amenity in the form of Rockwood Park that makes this location such a desirable place to live. If you look at the older neighborhoods, some of the single detached homes come with their own private amenity space. But for people living in apartments, there is a need for regional and common amenity area. And Rockwood Park makes it a great location for these people to live there. We can have more users for the park, and we can look at future investments. City upgraded the servicing infrastructure on Sandy Point Road in early 2000s to create capacity for 800 homes, only a fraction of which is today used up. And that capacity really lends itself to supporting these newer projects and intensification. Sandy Point Road is a primary corridor. It is identified as a location for improved transit, public realm, urban design, and intensified land uses, and that's straight away from your municipal policy 2.3.3. So if Sandy Point Corridor was to realize its development potential, it can pave the way for future investments in public realms, such as a multi-use trail, or connections to the trails within the Rockwood Park connecting down to Harbor Passage, and really reinforcing the idea of active transportation throughout the city. So in conclusion, I just want to make a few points. One, the developer has responded to community feedback by reducing the project scale. The project conforms with goals and intent of the municipal plan and the HAF initiatives. Proposal is appropriate for its location, supported by infrastructure investment, adequacy of water, sanitary, and drainage servicing, investment in a traffic circle, addressing traffic concerns. We have the appropriate zoning controls in terms of height, setbacks, landscaping, buffering. So if we have issues regarding adjacencies of developments, a high-rise going next to a low-rise, we can deal with the adjacency through stepping of the building, massing of building, landscaping, and some of it the developer has already done by moving the building away. The site is suitable from a stability and geotechnical perspective. and it is further away from low-density subdivisions with minimal visual impact. With those points, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I'm going to answer any questions. Or I can
Well,
come
we'll do the
back.
questions at the end, right? I'll just stick with the regular routine here. That's the other message. So I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'm going to ask first if there's anyone here who would like to speak against the proposal. Then I'll go to 4. I'll just mention that we've got, you can just come up one at a time to the thing. We'll ask for your name, ask for your address, not your exact address. We're just looking to see if you're a neighbor, like within the area or whatever, or if you have another relationship with the project. And you've got 10 minutes max. And that would be like, if you wanted council to have any time to ask you questions, it would all be within the 10 minutes. And then, so let's go.
Great. I'm Glenn Lane.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Glenn Lane.
Okay,
I
Glenn.
live in the
I
affected
will say as
neighborhood.
well, just before we get started, that this item in the package is 200, I just wrote it down, in 92 pages. So we do have the letters there, but we're happy to hear people come and.
I can talk fast.
No, that's good. No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm Glenn Lane. I moved into 12 O'Leary Crescent affected neighborhood about 7 years ago. Lived in St. John, all sorts of places, duplexes, townhouses, just climbed the property ladder, had all sorts of neighbors, professional thieves, drug addicts. I had gang beatings on my lawn, and finally got to the point where, reached that dream where I'm in a neighborhood where I'm the trashy neighborhood now. I'm the guy who devalues the place. So sorry. I know most people here now, but we're all well acquainted. But through that acquaintance, I've collected a petition from members of our neighborhood. This represents voices that concern residents who we all believe proposed rezoning would have detrimental impact on our community. We're particularly concerned about how this development could alter the character of our neighborhood, increase traffic congestion, place undue strain on local infrastructure and services. The preface of the petition, we, the undersigned petition, Common Council of St. John, New Brunswick, to vote against the proposal to rezone parcel of land. I emailed this to everyone here, so I won't read the whole thing, but to summarize it, we got 49 written signatures from the neighborhood. We collected those by hand. We got 84 electronic signatures also collected. Personally, when I look at some of the example neighborhoods that have been revitalized by the inclusion of higher density residents, if we look at the before picture of all those, like in Halifax and Moncton, they don't have a lick of similarity to our neighborhood. It's rural, and I think that's more than a perception. If you could give an objective audience to compare what do these skylines have in common, one of them's going to stand out. It's going to be our neighborhood. And, if we allow this one building to go in, I'm not sure where you'd even fit the other one. The high rise, you put that thing on 100-foot stilts on the mountain. I don't even know if that's possible to build that thing. If I got to a point in my career where I could take 4 adjacent properties in the back of my neighborhood and slap them together and make an apartment building and put me on the top floor, I'd do that. I don't think my neighbors would be cool with that. I think they would probably, and if I told them, your rural perception of your neighborhood, it's just a perception, they'd pull me out on a hook. So, is there any questions you guys have about that petition that we've collected?
Any questions for Glenn? No, I don't see anything there.
I did have one additional question. Are we aware of how many votes are required to pass this? Because my understanding with, is it 6? It is 6? Good, okay.
Well, it would be, like, if it's a tie, then I would have to break that tie. I don't vote.
Okay, good.
I only vote in it aye,
Good.
yeah.
It's just, I just wanted to point out that we do have more than 1/3 of the property coverage within 100 meters that have written in opposition to it, which I think triggers a section of the Community Planning Act that needs a majority vote. Not aware of that? 113? Common Clerk? Good.
Okay, all right. Thank you for
Anything
being here
else?
this evening. No questions for you? I don't see any on the, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, anyone else who would like to speak against the proposal, come on down.
Good evening. I did bring my phone, just like I was having printer
Perfect.
issues, so sorry. Good evening, Mayor, council
I'm gonna
members.
get your name.
My name is Michael LeBlanc. I
Michael
live on
LeBlanc, okay.
1820 Sandy Point Road. So this development is adjacent to the back line of my property. I moved to St. John about 10 years ago from Moncton for work purposes. And I'm not going to take up that much time. I'm just going to go briefly about specifically on traffic. I know traffic has been in it, like it's been brought up multiple times. Everyone has a different opinion on it. But I'll just focus on traffic because I don't want to repeat myself, and I know other people will talk and bring up other issues. So I think one of the biggest issues is that there's no crosswalks or lights in the area. So you're also adding a 76 unit building, which is better than 120, but still a pretty big building. Everyone needs a vehicle. Well, they'll probably need a vehicle. The bus routes have been reduced. Obviously, you can increase this, but that's also cost, right? I believe it was reduced for cost purposes because not that many people in the area use the bus, but obviously some people still do, and it's a necessity. But essentially, I think the sidewalk is a big factor. If anyone's walking on Sandy Point Road, I've ran there a few times. Really difficult area. The cars are going really fast. It's there's a lot of curves, and the wintertime it gets dark. It's dark at 5 o'clock, 5:30. People walking on Sandy Point Road, I think it's equally as dangerous for the people in their vehicles and the people walking. Probably would have to have some crosswalks there. Some infrastructure work would have to be done, which again, who's going to pay for this? The city's probably going to pay for the infrastructure work. I don't imagine would be the developers that would pay for this. So again, you'd maybe have a potential of increase of accidents. Emergency services. There's a daycare going right across the street, right? This traffic study that has been mentioned multiple times. Have you guys seen a copy of the traffic study? Has anyone?
It's in the kit.
Do we know when this was done? Was this including the daycare? Was this including, was the ferry running? Was this during COVID? So I think the date, time, the traffic study is great, but a lot of things have changed if this was done 3-4 years ago, 2 years ago. So definitely something that should be considered, in my opinion. And essentially, yeah, it's really just, I know traffic's not a hot topic. There will be more important topics discussed, but I think that in the decision making of this, everything has to be considered, right? It's not just one factor that makes a decision. You got the preponderance of facts. And I think everything has to be considered. And one thing I wasn't going to talk, but I know Mr. Reed mentioned, is the comparable with Moncton. So I'm from Moncton. I grew up in Moncton. I lived in Moncton 24 years. When you're comparing St. John and Moncton, it's really not two comparable cities, right? St. John, I believe Mr. Harris said that the oldest city in Canada. Moncton, they just put apartment buildings, duplexes, they literally just clear the land. Duplexes go everywhere. We don't have that type of, communities, residential areas here. It's really really nice area. And I personally would hate to see it turn into Moncton because I think there's something here that we want the character. You got the river there. I drive home every day from work. There's fields everywhere, right? There's other areas that could be developed. This is not the only piece of land left. So with that being said, I won't take any further amount of your time. Thank you very much.
Well, hang on for a second. I'm just going to ask my team, just in case anyone has any questions for you. Councillor Radwan has a question.
Hi, thank you for coming. I just, I don't know if you're familiar that after there was so much development on Boar's Head Road, the city actually went and invested in changing and finishing their sidewalk. If, if there's more density coming there, those sort of things may end up happening in your community, not for sure, but may. So would that change your mind on this project, if those sort of infrastructure upgrades could possibly happen? And I'm not saying that they would, but density does drive that.
Thank you for the question. I think sidewalks should already be there. The hospital is less than a kilometer from my house, and I mean, there's people walking there. I wouldn't say all the time, but there is people walking there, and there's not much room there. So I think the development should be done whether with or without the apartment complex. But again, it's a thing of cost, right? Is this where our money should be spent on doing a sidewalk for several hundred people? We've seen the lovely lady tonight. She was just addressing, there's a lot of homelessness. We want to build new schools, things like that. So I don't know if the best use of our money would be to do a sidewalk, but I do agree that there should probably be a sidewalk there, and there should probably be lights on Foster Thurston, because it is a busy street. The ambulances use that. In the wintertime, it's even, when it gets icy, it's almost a skating rink sometimes around those corners, and it's not uncommon to see a car in the ditch. So adding 76 units, potentially more development in the area, right? Because this sets a precedence for future development. I definitely think you could see an increase in accident. And I wanted to find the statistics, but I didn't have time. But I'd say it's probably one of the more dangerous roads in town, right? Like when it comes to accidents and just some.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It is very busy, and that's why we're looking to do a roundabout there and such. But
Thank you. I think that would help a lot.
it is the sort of tax-based growth investment sometimes that can allow the city to have money to put those investments there too. So, but thank you for your points.
Thank you. Yep, that's it. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll take the next speaker. Would anyone else like to speak against the application, the proposal?
Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
Dick Powell. I live directly across the street from the proposed development, 1687 Sandy Point Road. I have a number of objections. One of them, actually, I think your city staff just supported it with their drawing. What did their drawing show? It showed low density, gradually going to high density. What do they want? High density right in the middle of it. This is a very large building. It's sitting on top of a parkade. It'll be effectively 7 stories high. You can see the house next to it from the ferry, so you will definitely see it. If you go down Somerset Street and look up at Technology Drive, that's what you'll see. So you will change the neighborhood. But we talk about 76. What about 760? Because you're changing the law and you're going to change the plan. And that means other developers can go there too, right? Once it's changed, it's changed. You'll have a very hard time turning one or the other down. So we hear that this plan needs to be changed. I don't understand why. There's tons of land available in that area alone. Never mind the rest of the city, Tin Can Beach, the old Baxters, right? The Technology Drive. I run the karate club in on Millage Avenue. They're building there. They're going to build another building there. The land behind the Venetian at Rockwood Hills, right across from the hospital, just sold for $772,000 in March. So I'm assuming there's more development coming. Since this January until the end of the year, Milledgeville alone will add over 300 apartments with over another 100 planned. These are all high-end and expensive. I'm not against development. I'm in the apartment business myself. And these high-end developments, as I'm sure some of the councillors know, are actually driving rents up, not down. When you pay $2,000, $3,000 for an apartment, one that was $800 can be now $1,200. That's reality. So you're not helping. At some point, also, this process where everybody's so happy to be moving here is going to slow down. The government just announced they're going to force people to go back to work. That means you can't just move to St. John and work in Ottawa, for example. The government has also announced that they're going to cut down on immigration, so the housing pressure is going to change. So a little bit, are we robbing Peter to pay Paul? So the guy that bought that land at Rockwood Hills, right, is he going to be penalized? Because really what they want is not the land, they want the view. So is every other developer going to want the view? And is he going to leave the other land vacant? It's a real possibility, right? Because there's quite a bit of it. Cambridge Estates, Technology Drive, You all know, right? The other thing, and there is one change you need to make in the plan, environment. As I said earlier, I run the karate club there. We've been in St. John for 53 years, since 1971. So we have a vested interest. And one of those interests is we keep getting flooded. We flooded 3 times from 2008 on, 3 years in a row, over 100 millimeters of rain. So the problem with this, the reason we flooded was the pipeline, the hospital cut all the trees, Rockwood Hill cut all the trees, Tartan Street cut all the trees, right? So I've been told by various councillors that actually if you build on that land, and your developers themselves said they have a water retention system. Well, shouldn't we infill? That's actually what your plan says, infill and density. The bus lines are there, the storm drains, there's no storm drains where we are. There's no sidewalks as pointed out, and you will never build a sidewalk there. I used to collect for the Heart and Stroke Foundation. I did this year, but they switched it to June because it was too dangerous to walk on the road in February. So we should be filling in the land that we have. And then, okay, if it's desperate, we can go out there, but we're not desperate. If you put 700 or 800 apartments on that road, what's the traffic study say now? We keep talking like 76 is it. It's not it. We all know that. It's a change in the plan. You have never studied it, right? It doesn't even follow the drawing you had up there. So where are we going for this? So at least before you change this, you should study this. To put the water and sewage around the last time was actually for Westmount, and maybe a little bit for Fairfield Estate, or right across from the zoo. But it cost $5 million in 2005. You're looking at millions and millions of dollars if you have to put storm sewers in. Even to put a sidewalk in is probably $1 to $2 million. It's not easy. You'd have to cut, if you go along that road, you'd have to cut the front off some people's properties, and they're already nearly on the road. So that's unlikely to happen, isn't it? So why don't we develop the areas that are already cut, right? And if there's a market, developers will build there. So we're looking at taxes. You might end up with net zero, right? If they can't build there, they'll build somewhere else. That's the nature of the game. That's the nature of the beast. They want that to give themselves an edge. So the other question for council, are you favoring one developer over another? Are you favoring people who want to be up on the hill versus people who have bought land down in the valley on University Avenue, which is fully serviced, doesn't require any updates, it's all there. So that's my point. Fill in what you've got. As your mother would tell you, finish what you started. We started this, we cut it. There's an effect to cutting all these trees and stuff. The developer wants to release their water down on the land that's for sale for development. So how do you like that one? They talk about the nature of storms. They used to be that way, that they could control it. Ask Nova Scotia about that. In 2023, 4 people died. This year, 1 person died. Connecticut was flooded. Quebec was flooded. Pearson Airport on the 20th of August set a record for the whole of August at any time by 60 millimeters. So we need a lot better planning for water, for the environment. We need to fill in the land that we have before we start doing other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Powell? I don't see any questions. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, set my clock. Next speaker would like to speak against the proposal, please.
Hi, thank you, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Spencer Spurs-Roche. I live on Deerwood Place, and I'm going to talk a bit about my opposition to this project, but also I have a presentation from Vasily Andrushenko, who couldn't be here tonight.
You can click back and forth this way.
Thank you. This presentation was prepared by one of our neighbors who's also in opposition. He couldn't be here, as I said. And what it is what we haven't seen from the proponents is really a visual rendering of what this development will actually look like, aside from a LiDAR-based aerial sort of rendering, which I'll show at the end here. And actually it really stands in stark contrast to what we saw about the school, for example, and is something that we would really like to see so we can truly understand the visual impact that they say will be pretty minor here. So Vasily is an engineer, so he has some expertise in this area. I'll do my best to explain how he did this, but it's, I think, fairly straightforward. And this is based on the revised design that we are hearing about today. So it's 6 stories, 5 stories above interior parkade, 76 units, 51-meter setback. And what we haven't seen is like what it'll look like to us in the neighborhood. So what Vasily did, and I'm just going to explain it as simply as possible, which is he looked for places around the development that have the same elevation as the proposed development. And then he went and took photos there and made some assumptions about the height of the building and the height of the trees that we would hope would largely be left in place, although I have questions about that too. So assuming that the trees would be approximately 10 meters high and a 6-story development would be approximately 20 meters high, then if you were standing at the same elevation the development sits from any point away, you should be able to visually render that by plopping down that image on a photo view of that because you're looking at it as if you were straight onto it. So I'm just going to show these. These were in the packet, so I'll go through them quickly. This is the view of what it will look like from Fieldstone Drive. And of course, so maybe we imagine that, okay, so maybe the trees go up above that slightly visible story. So now there's 3 stories above the tree line, which is completely out of character with the community that exists there. The view from True North, from Lentook, looking down upon all the houses, single dwelling houses down below. And that's something that hasn't really been emphasized enough. This is a development on the top of a hill that looks down upon us and is very tall as well. That's the view from up on the top of Deerwood Place. So in conclusion, basically what this shows is what we haven't seen from the developer is what it will actually look like to us is clearly inconsistent with the existing way that the community is, which seems to be counter to what the development plans are for St. John. It will potentially create light and noise pollution. It'll impact privacy of residents, in particular those who are right below the view, their backyards, and transform the community character. All without having any real positive impact on the neighborhoods because we haven't had any consultations by developer proponents. And we have, hopes that maybe this would lead to great things about sidewalks and this and that, but we don't know that that will be the case. So we can't really bank on that. So the renderings presented, and I just want to make that comparison because I think it just shows how different these approaches are, is, essentially, and they could explain it better, but they used LiDAR maps of the area to estimate what it would look like, but really it's from an aerial sort of view. So imagine you're coming in on an airplane at a certain altitude, a low altitude, and looking down upon the neighborhood. You can see their rendering there, and it shows a very positive looking thing. You can barely see the development at the top of the hill. It's that brown thing on the black there, I believe, which is very different from our rendering, which immediately makes me wonder, so who's right here and who's wrong? Or is it just because they did a rendering that takes sort of a best case scenario from an altitude, which isn't actually how we would actually see it in the neighborhood? They haven't produced these kind of development renderings that I always see when there's new plans coming out that are great to see what it would actually kind of look like. Aside from the view from Sandy Point Road, which is not showing what it looks like from all potential angles, especially for those down the hill looking up. And so the other views are there too. Again, seems like it won't be very visible, but it really doesn't make a lot of sense to me, in particular because there are two houses next door to this at the top of the hill. They're probably 2 to 3 stories, I assume, and you can just see their rooftops above the tree line. And I don't think they're that different in elevation, 3 stories, that the rooftops would be of the new development would be at that same place. So we still haven't seen a rendering more in line with what I would be visible to us. So I'll stop there. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer it. But the main point, and it's already been articulated here and will be articulated further, is just this is not in line with that image that we just saw, which is exactly how I think public planning should be done, where you have single dwellings and you move to intermediate levels and eventually to high rises. And this is really just putting in a mid-rise right into a single family home area. And if you do this, then the precedent is set. You start dropping these things everywhere. And yeah, you can do that, but it doesn't, in my opinion, it's not very good planning. It sets up neighborhoods that are not as beautiful and well-designed as they could be. I say start from Millage and University, start building developments out that way, which is already happening, like with the Venetian, by the way, which is the same height as this proposed development. And you develop out there, and as Dick said, if eventually we need this land, like I think you would see less opposition about it because people would be like, wow, we really have developed everything else. And now we have to look at these types of developments to ensure that our city has a place for people to live. And there was just a couple of points. The point about, we're close to UMB St. John. Yeah, I work there, so I know it's great. This area is amazing. But, and the hospital, so is so many other areas. St. John is not a big city, and Milledgeville in general, anywhere in Milledgeville is close to those areas. And if you have good transit, then even further away, you can have those kind of developments. And in terms of Moncton and Halifax being a good example, I think we already heard from someone who lived in Moncton that maybe the way they're planning it, yeah, they're doing it that way. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best way to do it. And you can probably find examples that are not doing this in many cities that people would be like, wow, you did it in that truly graded way all the way through, and the way that was shown in plan that the city developers showed. And just in terms of the high-rise and mid-rise current zoned, just near to the university, like, I don't know, I never heard about that. I don't know anything about that. Perhaps it was done before I moved there about 7 years ago, new to the city. But also that may be more than 100 meters away from many residents, so we would never see that letter about that proposed rezoning. So I don't really think that that's relevant either. And the last thing, I do have a question. I think one of our big concerns is about the height and how it looks down on everyone, how it will change the character. And then also, it's really unclear as to what's going to happen with all the trees around. That hasn't been, I think it was somewhat articulated in the first version, but in the second version, it's not clear, like how many trees are going to be left, or are they going to clear all the trees in front of the building so that everyone on the building has a river view? And then what does that mean for all the trees on the slope and the potential for blowdown and death of those trees, because you're just changing the drainage dynamic and everything, the wind dynamic in that hillside completely. So that's something that we're really concerned about, and that would change it even more than what the proponents have already suggested, perhaps, and that we need some clarity on that. So I'll just stop with that, and thank you for your time, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Your timing's perfect, 9 minutes.
Perfect, I knew it.
Anyone have any quick questions? All right, well, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. What? Oh, do I have a minute?
Yeah, you have 1 minute.
Okay. Well, these are the, well, I don't think, okay, the main point was just about the clarity about the trees. And if trees are cut down and replanted, you don't plant 10-meter tall trees. You plant trees that are this big or maybe this big, and they take, around here, they take 30 years to get full size or something like that. So there's just been uncertainty about that. Sorry, just give me a second here. No, I think I covered all these points, so I'll stop there at my exact 10 minutes, and
All
thank
right.
you for your
Thank you. Okay, I'll take the next speaker. Would like to speak against the proposal? Come on down and give us your name and your approximate address.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Kathy Monroe. I've lived in the area for about 20 years. My property doesn't border this development at all, but I am in the area. And I have a lot of the same points that everyone else has had, so I won't bother you with those. My concern is that their development seems to be thinking that our area is consistent with University Avenue and the hospital area. Our area is very distinct in that we're in the river valley, we're bordered by the river and by a hill. We're surrounded by trees. So to say that those areas are consistent or should even be considered the same, even though we're 2 kilometers away, it's a significant difference in the way our environment is. So that's kind of one of my main concerns, is that planning doesn't seem to consider the differences in our communities. They seem to think we all should be the same. We should all, we have no sidewalks except where developers were forced to put them in to build our homes. We have no parks. We do not have any recreational facilities. We don't have commercial activity. So our area is not consistent with the way development should be around the University Avenue and the hospital. So I guess that's just my main concern, is that planning doesn't seem to be taking that into account and just saying, we can stick this apartment here, even though it's all residential. So I guess that was my concern.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions for Kathy? All right, thank you for being here this evening. I'll take the next speaker who'd like to speak against the proposal. Come on down. You'll have to pull that mic down. That's better. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Atsuko Nose. I live in 1687 Sandy Point, which is right across the road from the site. We lived there for a long time, and I understand that our area is prime for housing. But I don't think this proposal is right for our neighborhood. It's just so out of context. And what worries me is there is no plan for the community. It's just nothing there, and then all of a sudden, there's this big 6-story building on top of the rock plateau. Now, I'm not against the development, but I like to see more gentle density approach. So perhaps you like to consider triplex, quadplex, townhouses, maybe even smaller buildings. So anyway, I would like to have, say, Plan SJ. Well, it came up a few times during the PAC meeting. Plan SJ may be outdated, but it's only about 10 years after all that effort that is put in by the city. It's not outdated, but if it needs to be updated, I would like to see that happens before you allow spot rezoning. Then we become like Moncton. Low housing, lower single-family homes, and then tall buildings, small buildings, and tall house. It's just not pretty. That's not our neighborhood. So we would like some kind of a vision so that we will have a community after all this is done, that's something we can be proud of. But anyway, I was looking at the staff report, and just a lot levy caught my eye. It is calculated based on 4 lots of single-family homes. So it is, the developer is imposed to pay $17,000. But it is not for single-family homes that they're proposing. They're proposing 76-unit building. So why are they getting this big break? I really don't quite understand that. Like, if it is for building, for single-family homes, I won't be here. I'm happy with it. So if this is calculated based on the lot levy is calculated based on 76 unit, it's $336,000. Now, the difference that the city is willing to give up is almost $320,000. And I'd like to understand why that big break for this developer. And as somebody else mentioned earlier, once this doors open, there will be a lot more proposals such as this in that area. I can think 3 lots right now that would be available for similar development. Are you all willing to give this kind of break for those development as well? Well, once you allow this, you will have to. So that'll be my question. It's just you set the precedent of giving a discount. For what reason, I don't know. But anyway, so I'm against this development, so I'm just picking something that might just sort of make it more difficult. Anyway, thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions here, but I appreciate you being here tonight.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so I will take the next speaker who would like to speak against the proposal. Just get you to give us your name and your approximate address.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Carla Reggie, and I live in Deerwood Place. My family came from Ontario 3 years ago. While our children, adult children, our youngest one is 33.
Oh, there you go. We were both doing the same thing in 91.
Right.
Delivering a baby.
They chose to settle in Rothesay. My husband and I decided to live in St. John, most specifically, the beautiful and peaceful area of Milledgeville. We are both retired, and this community was just a perfect place for us. I speak on behalf of my family, and we urge you to do the right thing and vote against the proposed rezoning. We are well aware that St. John has a housing problem. However, this project does not address or help alleviate this. What the city needs is affordable housing, affordable rentals, housings where young families can grow, work, and thrive. How do 76 luxury rental apartments with river views address this? Again, this is not the right location nor the right time for this massive development. I have read all the letters opposing the project, as I'm sure you have as well. Maybe with a glass of wine or a cup of coffee, because there were quite a few of them. Please listen to the numerous members of the community that will be irreversibly impacted by your decision. As taxpayers and residents here, my husband and I, we trust that you, as elected officials, will act responsibly, put politics aside, and use common sense to reject the proposed rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for being here this evening. Okay, I'll take the next speaker who would like to speak against the proposal.
Yes, please. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors.
We're going to get your name.
I sent a rather long letter.
Can we
that
get
had a
your
lot-
name?
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. Stephanie Avery Gom. I live on Deerwood Place.
Okay, thank you.
I sent a rather long letter that had a lot of questions in it, and I wanted an opportunity to bring those questions and see if I and my neighbors could perhaps get some answers. I moved to St. John 7 years ago. I moved to this community specifically because I've done my fair share of time in cities, in high-rises, in duplexes, and I really looked forward to having a home. It's quiet, it's peaceful. I'll show you a little bit more of what it looks like when you live there. But it is definitely a community that's a really nice place to live, work, learn, and play in. And I've pulled these words from the city planning website, where it does say that the community planning plays an important role in improving the quality of life for residents. And I know the objective is to do good planning. And I hope that that is what we do today. So we've talked a little bit about the demographic needs of the city. When the first Planning Advisory Committee met in June, Envision St. John came out and talked to us about the housing crisis. That is an affordable housing crisis, although we also have a shortfall in the number of units that are being developed. And I know that we've got the Housing Accelerator Fund. But I have to really ask whether or not these 76 units, which are being sort of pitched as luxury units. I know one of the developers would like to live in the top level with the river view. Does that really meet the needs? It's certainly not going to serve the missing middle. And I don't think it's going to really serve the affordable housing crisis, although I was very happy to hear that 10% are going to be affordable. I think that that was a commitment that was made, so that's really good to hear. So does this meet the demographic need? We've got a lot of luxury units coming online in the very near future. Do we really need these 76 units in addition, given the change? This is one of the questions. I also wanted to know about whether or not approving this will set a precedent. We have this assumption that it will, that if you approve this as a mid-rise, we will see more proposals because, of course, this is a really great neighborhood. And I've seen that there is a development up on Westmount that the owner is selling it and advertising it as suitable for high-rise development. So is this assumption true? You know, will we see it being harder for you to say no when developers come forward with more proposals in this neighborhood? We've heard the city staff really trying to characterize this area as on a primary corridor. I want to point to the municipal plan, which describes the corridor. It describes the three sections of the corridor, describes University Avenue, and it describes each of these sections, Sandy Point Road, University Avenue, and so on, as having a unique character. I'm quoting directly from the plan. Sandy Point Road is a rural road following the natural edge of Rockwood Park, punctuated by small groups of detached homes. So your own plan, which we keep hearing is outdated, but that part hasn't changed. Your own plan characterizes Sandy Point Road as a rural road. So please, it feels a little disrespectful for 200 people who live in a neighborhood to be told that we don't exist and that our understanding of our community is wrong. It's not wrong, trust me. I have drone footage, I'll show you. If the city does, so now we've got policy LU 88F. I'm going to get into the weeds. So this 88F talks about not approving proposals that will set a precedent that will attract development away from primary development and intensification areas. So if we do approve this today,
are you setting that precedent, and is that going to draw development away from these areas that you really do want to see developed? This is something my neighbor Dick mentioned, start what you finish, and let's try and get those places that have already been cleared infilled, particularly given the importance of that for mitigating flood risk. And then the question, are these 76 units really worth setting aside the municipal plan? I've got a list of other vacant lots that are available, some of which Dick has mentioned. And those are my concerns from a broader community planning perspective. Are there any questions about this set of questions or comments before I move on?
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Councillor Harris just popped up.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hi.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to kind of, there's something I want to probably put back on people's thought as far as like on your radar as a consideration. I think it is, and this is from my own personal opinion as a councillor, there is no question that we see a bunch of problems that we don't necessarily have the answers for at the demographic level, because we have largely, as a society, chosen to put government after government in power with a more neoliberal, I know that's a big fancy term, I don't have time to unpack, but an agenda to basically take away the ownership of the commons and the public good away from the areas of government and put it into the private sector. So when we talk about why don't we fill things in, how come this doesn't reach this demographic, it's because we've chosen to abdicate our responsibility and given it to a profit-interested group. And unfortunately, that becomes really difficult to pull back. I mean, I myself have had 4 motions around this table fail, trying to claw that back into our realm, right? So it is difficult to be able to take a singular development like this, just to answer your question, because I appreciate the back and forth when we get a chance to have it, and then say, well, we're going to impose these Vienna-style, more command and control approaches to development. Because I think Vienna is the common sense solution, but in Vienna, 70% of all housing is owned by the nonprofit sector and the municipality itself, and only 30% is owned by the private. We're down to like 5% owned by the municipality and by the nonprofit sector, right? So we're a very different landscape, and we just don't have those tools to impose on specific developments. So it becomes really hard to control for those demos. Just to answer your question on that one, because I thought that is one that people keep bringing up. Why don't we do this? Why don't we build there? If we had not, in my old man's day, those powers we had and we kept in the 70s. We gave them up in the 90s, and now we're kicking ourselves and we don't have them anymore. So it is difficult, is all I'll say.
Yeah.
Not to take up too much of your time.
I can appreciate that, but you still do have the power that you have today to make your vote, to keep a unique part of St. John unique. But I appreciate your points, and I do like the back and forth. I'm 7 minutes in, so I'm going to kind of blast through these. I've got some process concerns about the city's report, but I won't read through them all. I think that if 6 is the new 4 when it comes to mid-rise development, then you should change the policy instead of making ad hoc decisions. I don't understand how we can kind of just throw that away and move forward. So I would love to see a change made and really committed to, rather than just letting this be ad hoc. And that picture with the gradual intensification from single detached to mid-rise and high-rise was a beautiful diagram, and it really speaks to what we're talking about here. How is a mid-rise gradual intensification, especially one with the 6-story variants? If, again, we've talked about this, if Plan SJ is no longer a valid guiding document, which is what we heard at the PAC meeting as well, several members there were sort of saying, well, we have a housing issue, and so let's just make ad hoc decisions and let's sort of chuck the plan out the window, and not in so many words, but then what is the plan for stable residential R2 neighborhoods like ours? Please let us know so we can make arrangements. We've had 3 houses go on the market in our neighborhood due to this issue. 2 people have already left and moved to Rothsay, or have bought houses in Rothsay, are in the process of moving. Their houses have sold, and 1 other house is for sale. 2 of those are young families that moved to the neighborhood a number of years ago and were planning on this being their forever home, and now they're gone. So we also moved here instead of Rothsay, and it would just be a real shame to have that kind of attrition, just a real shame. I thought that the city's assessment was incomplete. I submitted a table where I evaluated the city's evaluation of how the proposal met the policies, and I hope that you get a chance to review that, or you did already. I just don't understand how you can rezone when I think the city has done a fairly poor job, and so do some of my other neighbors, including Joan Pierce, who sent an email about that, and she couldn't be here today. Process concerns about the planning advisory meeting. We had a PAC member who actually voted for the proposal in the first meeting and then intended to change her vote, but paused for information and decided that because it would put undue burden on you today if the PAC motion failed, or if the PAC did not, strictly did not recommend, just did not have an inability to provide a recommendation. So she changed her vote. So that doesn't feel like good process, you know, and it definitely sort of messes with the trust that I know that you want to have with citizens. One of the residents of our neighborhood who has a primary property within 500 meters of the property sits on the planning advisory committee, and so this, for some of us, is a perceived conflict, or we perceive this to be a conflict of interest. And you know, looking at official documents, public officials must avoid conflicts of interest to uphold public trust in government, ensuring no conflict, real or perceived, exists between their private interests and public duties. And in my opinion, if a neighbor can't vote against a proposal because that would be perceived as a conflict of interest because they live in the neighborhood, then they also can't vote for it. And so I took sort of issue with that process concern. And then, of course, there was the issue that the doors were locked and there were neighbors who couldn't get in to speak at that public meeting, which is unfortunate. This is our community. There's 4 neighborhoods that I've outlined here that are all going to be impacted by this development. I've got some drone footage here. I just wanted to show you, if it works, what this neighborhood looks like. It is true that there's a lot of trees here. Those trees are on vacant land, which will eventually be infilled. We know that we're going to lose those trees. That's fine, particularly if they're just regular detached houses or subdivisions. You can see, oh, no, well, that wasn't great. I don't know how to scroll forward, which is unfortunate because it's not. I will just leave it. I'll just let it run. So what you're looking at here is the hill that the building will be placed on top of. That first house that you're seeing right there is the house, the single family home next to the development, and another one there. Now we're going to be scanning, there's the anyways, some of those other developments rezoning up on that hill here, and then this is our community. That patch of trees down there in the lower right is proposed. It's for sale for another subdivision. You can see the few sidewalks that we do have there. They're not all connected, but you know, we like what we've got. And so this is our neighborhood. This is one of the neighborhoods. This is my neighborhood. There's also Fieldstone Estates. If you, true north just there, if you drive down that road, you go down to Pelton Avenue. Here you can see Fieldstone Estates. It's not fully built in. If you approve this RM development, I would be very surprised if you don't see an RM development proposed at Fieldstone Estates on some of that vacant land there, even though that vacant land is being infilled by single family homes. So that's what we're actually talking about. I don't think you really get that from the maps.
Perfect. I've got you at 13 minutes, so
Sorry,
I thought I'd give you a little bit
I'm
more
done.
there.
I'm done. I think we've,
Since,
the last thing I want to say is please vote against this proposal. But regardless of your vote, I would really appreciate it if you share the reason behind your vote, especially if you're voting for it.
Sounds good. Thank
you.
you. Hang on, we've got a couple of questions. Deputy?
A very quick question. How high was that drone when you were taking those pictures?
Below the limit that it was allowed to be at, but I don't
No,
have
no.
the exact height.
Not trying to put you on the spot. Not trying to put you on the spot.
I don't have the exact height for you.
It was what?
I don't have the exact height for you.
Thank you.
I do, I do have something that's relevant.
This is the sun shining off the roof of that neighboring property there.
Councillor Stewart actually has a question for you as well. Councillor Stewart?
Hi.
Hang on.
Question, I just wanted to allay your concerns about the PAC. I'm not on it, and if they can't come back to us with a recommendation, then really, it might as well not have happened. I'm basing my opinion, my decision tonight on what I see and what I hear. So really, whatever happened, and you guys couldn't get into the building, it's all unfortunate. City staff or staff should take that back, but that has no bearing on my decision tonight. I want you to understand that, okay?
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here this evening. I'll take the next speaker would like to speak against the proposal.
Hi there. My name's Chris McGee. I'm a 27-year-plus resident of Lentook Avenue, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the rezoning proposal for 1750 Sandy Point Road. I sent you all a letter, and I sent PAC a letter. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or not, but if you did, you'll remember that I grew up in the valley. And I did something quite different at the time, at least. When we decided to start raising our family, we chose to live in the city. Now, to be totally honest and full disclosure, my wife Ann was a born and bred West Sider, so I was lucky to get her across the bridge, let alone any further than Milledgeville.
That's true.
Yeah. But that was great. So since it was obvious that this neighborhood we lived in afforded our family all of the same benefits and opportunities that the neighborhood that I grew up in the valley did, and then some. It helped me avoid the crowded commutes that have become a hallmark of living in the valley today. And I think that's probably the primary reason I'm opposed to this application. Like you heard from Dick, like you heard from Stephanie, I'm concerned that this development will irrevocably change the nature of the community that we have there. Not just immediately, but for the future. If you approve this one, there's land available right around that same area that's zoned differently that I don't know, but I'm confident the developers will lie. And if you set the precedent tonight of approving that particular zoning, I'm worried that they will continue, the road of development will continue, and that the character of our area will be irrevocably changed. The other thing that troubles me a little bit, and with all due respect to Mr. Reed, who actually has been quite helpful to me. Whenever I've requested information from him, he's come right back with it. It's been a pleasure to work with. But the appearance of rural, if you've driven along Sandy Point or Foster Thurston, it's a rural road. It winds through the woods. There are blind turns. There are blind hills. There are no sidewalks, as people have said. There's barely any shoulders, right? And despite the street lights, it's a dark drive at night. Now, as a person who's had their car totaled in that area, and again, full disclosure, it was nearby that area, but not in that area. It was on Foster Thurston, but they share the same characteristics, and they're dangerous, especially in inclement weather. But I think the thing that really troubles me the most about some of this process has been the lack of direct engagement with the community. You've all received letters. You've heard, what the objections are. But when I read the staff report, it doesn't really address any of those concerns directly. In some cases, things are alluded to, but not addressed. It talks about how it fits with a principle, but not where it contravenes a principle, why that's not as important. There's no real discussion of the pros and the cons of the development and why the pros outweigh the cons and why the decision was made to move forward. There's also really no explanation of why this development makes sense on the piece of land that is being proposed right now. You know, there seems to be an attitude that whatever land is available, and if people are willing to put a new apartments on it, well, that's a good idea. We need housing. But again, there's been no rent profile. There's been no indication of the types of people directly that'll move into those apartments. It was mentioned here today, retirees potentially. It was mentioned in the report, students. I'll be honest, the types of apartments that are I think will end up in this building, there's not many students that are going to afford them, okay? I'm a retiree. I was fairly successful in my career. I'd have a hard time affording them if I were to sell my house. So I just don't think, and I know that the answers to those questions aren't easy. It's a lot of work, okay? But when you're making decisions like this that impact the lifestyles and where people are living and where people may be living in the future, shouldn't the questions be more rigorous? And shouldn't the discussion be more fulsome? The other piece of engagement is developer engagement. I was at the first PAC meeting, and I don't remember if it was Councillor Lowe or Councillor Sullivan who strongly recommended that the developers meet with the community, with the neighbors, and talk about their concerns. Now again, full disclosure, I reached out to one of the developers, and I reached out because he's not here tonight, but he's a personal friend. I consider him and his family friends of my family. We had a personal discussion about it. I got his side of the story. He got mine. We decided to disagree, and we remain on opposite sides of the issue. But I don't know why there wasn't a fuller discussion between the development team and our neighborhood. At the very least, it would have made their position much more stronger to say that they talked to us. Now, to their credit, they did take the PAC input into consideration. They did downsize the proposal, but still, all they had to do was reach out and have a discussion. Why it didn't happen, I can't answer that. So to close, you have a tough call to make, okay? No matter what you decide tonight, someone's going to be disappointed. And the truth is, I don't know, you don't know, nobody in the council chamber knows what the real impact is going to be immediately and into the future if you decide to let this development go ahead. But what I do know is this city right now has a jewel of a neighborhood area that surrounds where this development is asking to go. As Stephanie said, there's our neighborhood, there's Fieldstone Estates, there's Westmount, there's Pelton Road, True North, Kennebecasis Drive, and Sandy Point Road itself. It's literally surrounded on all sides by single-family homes in a quiet residential neighborhood that offers families and in the city opportunity to live and grow and raise their families. And it can compete with any neighborhood in this area in KV. Do you really believe, I guess you're going to have to consider when you go to make your vote, do you have enough information and is there a current, well-documented, compelling reason for this development in this area right now, putting all that lifestyle option for the families that are there now and for the many families I hope are more to come at risk? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. I don't see any questions for you. That's that. Thank you for being here this evening. Okay, I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak against 1750 Sandy Point Road. Come on down, give us your name and your approximate address so we have an idea of where you are.
Your Worship and members of Common Council, my name is Monica Chaperlin, and I'm a homeowner in the neighborhood. My property is directly across the street from the proposed rezoning, and I've lived in in my property for 32 years. I've seen a lot happen in our neighborhood, and there's been good change. One of the, I don't want to repeat phenomenal presentations other people have made, but one of the things that does concern me is our community and our neighborhoods all participated in this massive effort to come up with Plan St. John. And it is an excellent plan. And yes, maybe some of it is outdated now, but it needs to be tweaked. We don't need to restart a whole neighborhood plan because now we're in a growth situation. How do we actually think more proactively about how you engage a community in reimagining our neighborhoods, knowing that we want to grow and we've got a real problem with housing? And what we have instead is a very formal spot rezoning process. We don't have our municipality inviting our neighborhoods to come, learn together, listen together. We've got to grow together. What would your neighborhood look like? What do you think we should be doing to tweak Plan St. John to be more relevant? We're in a defensive situation here, and we don't have to be. It's just we need to put a little effort in engaging the community in reimagining our neighborhoods. And there's a process to do that. But it creates a proactive way to make good decision making. I have no idea how you're going to make a decision tonight. I mean, our neighborhood and most neighborhoods, people buy their properties or just choose to live in a neighborhood. And because we depend on what our municipal plan tells us. And our zoning responsibilities tell us. That's the legal kind of guiding document for all of us. If you truly believe that Plan St. John no longer is relevant, then we got to change it. And don't put us in a situation where one person in our neighborhood decides that a property should be rezoned to this extent. Force us into a very serious spot rezoning situation, when really, why don't we just delay that proposal and start talking about what we need for our neighborhood and how our neighborhood can contribute to the housing crisis. So I just wanted to, more bigger picture, talk about what's really important to St. John is that we're engaged, but we're engaged in really proactive ways to make our city the best, shape our city.
Thank you, Monica. I don't see any questions for you. Thanks for being here this evening. I'll take the next speaker who would like to speak against the proposal for Sandy Point Road. I'll ask again if there's anyone left who would like to speak against the proposal for Sandy Point Road. Absolutely. Come on down.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like you to give us your name.
My name is Mario Reggi.
Excellent. Thank you.
I live in Deerwood, just below Waterloo. I've chosen to be living in Milledgeville for tranquility. I'm retired. Peacefulness. The neighborhood is so beautiful, quiet. Something that after so many years working, I deserved. Peace, tranquility, and nice neighborhood, like a family, which is. Our neighborhood is beautiful. You wake up in the morning, you walk on the street, everybody says hello, how are you, Mario? But something today, somebody asked me, well, now we'd like to change your zone from R2 to MR. I think that somebody's taking something from me, because when we came here, well, as I said, I'm retired. And the taxes for me was a little bit higher. Well, yeah. But I talked to my wife and I said, well, maybe it's worth it. And it is worth it. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Now, you asked me to give up this peaceful and to have a building, a 6th-floor building. And you said, I don't want to repeat everything about the water, the pollution, you don't want to. But something has taken care of me, away. Now, if the builder they're going to build, what they give back to community, to my neighborhood, what they're going to give back? You tell me, now you have water's coming down, because we have water coming down. I have a problem with water. So what's happened? Someone's asked me, well, I want 6th-floor building, that's it. I came here for the peacefulness, for neighborhood. And not suddenly, that's it. I wanted to know what the developer will give to the community, to us. Otherwise, you have to build, if they're going to make a walkway, well, maybe they're going to make a short walkway. And tax people, they have to make the rest of it, They don't going to do the whole road. I don't know. I'm just asking you to, before you proceed and choose yes or not, I'm going to have a glass of wine, whatever it is, yes or not.
Me too.
But think of it, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, I'll ask for anyone here would like to speak against Sandy Point Road. Okay, can I go over to who'd like to speak for Sandy Point Road? Come on down and give us your name and your association with the project.
Andrew Toole, Donmore Surveys and Engineering. We're the consultant for the...
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Andrew Toole.
Okay.
Donmore Surveys and Engineering. We're the consultant for the applicant.
Do you have a presentation?
Supposed to be. Okay, yeah.
That's a letter. Those two. I have one for the applicant.
Yep, that's it.
That's it?
Yep, that's us.
Back and forth, just
Yep.
like so.
Perfect. Thank you. So Andrew Toole, Donmore Surveys and Engineering, we represent the applicant. So we were at the 2 PAC meetings, obviously. Just quickly to touch on some of the things that were talked about. And staff did a great job of introducing this and all the planning stuff and why this is the right project, the right place. We're located within the primary development area on a collector corridor. There was a question earlier about traffic. There was a traffic report done in this spring. It's the same engineer that did the daycare, so it's very relevant. So the traffic report suggests the proper level of service, access, all that. As was mentioned by staff, there was sanitary and water upgrade services to Sandy Point Road recently, so this is considered infill. This is existing infrastructure we are using. The revised plan supports tree retention and preservation. So obviously the intention is to cut as few trees as possible for the building, the parking lot footprint and the construction zone, and then replant the areas that were for construction zone. There were 2 versions. There was an original PAC application with 120 units in 2 buildings, and there was quite a bit of opposition and the suggestion that we should consider more buffering. We went away, reapplied, came back with 76 units in a single building, 64 surface parking spaces, giving us this 52-meter setback on the north side. One of the comments we heard in the last PAC meeting was about building finishes. So the applicant looked at a bunch of other buildings that were built, took a picture of one they liked, and said, this is kind of what it's going to look like. Obviously, architecture is not done yet. One of the comments was this has too much white on it. So in between PAC and now, the applicant has suggested that they're going to use neutral colors and that all of that white would be replaced with a natural color, but it would still be quality exterior finishes. But the intention is to make it blend into a forested setting so that it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. These were shown at PAC, and one of the speakers earlier tonight talked about this. So just quickly what this is elevation data that's colorized. Then we built a 3D model of the building and the parking area, cropped out all of the trees that would be cut for the development footprint, placed the building in it in real elevations, and then went to different locations and looked at it to see how much the building you see. So as mentioned, this is a 6-story building, and you can, I guess I can't use the mouse, but you can see the brown in the background. This is from the corner of Sandy Point Road, Foster Thurston Drive. This is from 1700 Sandy Point Road, so this is just slightly back towards town, looking down at it. And again, these images are up in the air. We're up way above the road, looking down on the site. So as we get down on the ground, you're going to see less of the building. This is Sandy Point Road, Kennebecasis Drive, Westmount Drive. And this is the Lentook Avenue, Deerwood Place. And obviously there's been some concern about how real is this. So to counteract that, in between, I took a drone that has RTK on it. We know where the parapet of the building is. I placed the drone at the elevation of the parapet. So this is literally put your eyeballs on the corner of the building. That's what you see. So this is looking towards the development right across from the zoo. And you can see in the bottom right corner, those kind of 2 red arrows show the view plane that we're looking at. Rotate to the left. Now we're still looking towards the Fieldstone development. So obviously we're going to have a pretty clear view of that. Rotate further. So now we're looking down towards the Deerwood development, and that red arrow that you see, that's physically the drone is at the end of that. You can see it, so I drove down to the end and took a picture while the drone was sitting up there so you can see what it looks like. And this red dot's where I took the picture from. So this is at the end of that cul-de-sac. Again, this is just another picture of what the drone looked like when it was there. Some of the points we want to make, so obviously we have experienced developers that are doing this. They've done Dunnet Drive, Village View, Telegraph Square, and I missed one. The Seabird Suites was also done by them. Tree protection and mitigation, only the trees that are needed are going to be cleared for the building, parking areas, entrance, and so on, plus the construction areas. The construction areas are like the area to physically build the slopes and so on. When that's done, obviously one of our developers is a landscaper. He cares about what it looks like, so there will be reinstated landscaping trees put back. Stormwater management is integrated with the detailed design, so obviously we're going to do stormwater management control because there was some comments about stormwater and flooding. That's obviously part of the design. One comment that was made is that there's tons of land available, and I've tried not to speak about that one, but I struggle with this one every day because I have people come ask me, help me find land, or I have this project, where do I put it? Or, well, I'm looking at this piece of property, is the right piece of property. So I struggle with this every day because it's what I live and breathe. There's not tons of land. There's tons of land that's undevelopable. There's very little developable land. So I unfortunately, probably led these people down the wrong path. They came to me and said, what about this site? And I said, you nailed it. Normally I have sites where you check 9 of the 10 boxes, and we're going to struggle with this one because it's not quite right. This one, this is what the plan says. Like, we're right on a collector street. We're doing what I feel like we're doing what we're supposed to do. So I'm struggling with where I'm supposed to take a developer next. But anyway, I'll stop on that one. Is there any questions for, this is my last slide. So is there any questions?
Yeah, Councillor Sullivan has a question for you. Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Andrew. 2 questions, actually. One on your last point about land, because I've struggled with this one as well. Is there not enough undevelopable land, or is there not enough undevelopable land priced to make money on? Like that's what I struggle with. I know we're a lot of rock in St. John, but I also know we're not a lot of rock. Like St. John's just so big.
Yeah, so I think there's 2 issues. One is, and I think we'd all agree, it'd be really nice to change the tax regime. So some of these developed properties that are sitting on development services that are owned by people that don't want to sell the land, they'd be forced to sell. It's like play the game or pay so much taxes that you can't hold it. That'd be great. But when it's owned by people that won't sell, that's not in the game.
No, fair
Other
comment,
ones,
and I appreciate
okay,
that.
there's services over there, but it's going to cost so much to get your services here. So one of the most common is there's a water line there, but the entrance to the subdivision's over there. Phase 1 is humongous, like 4 million to put your first phase in. That's not development land, right? We don't have people in this city that can do that scale of project. So to have something where I have water and sewer and an entrance that's at a reasonable location that I can actually do a phase that's manageable, there's not very much of that. Or there's like humongous mounds of rock in between us. It's way up there and way down here. Half it's unserviceable. We got to put in a pump station to make it work. Like, these are just costs that phase one cannot support.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And your first point, which maybe we'll bring you back to help us with that, is talking about the land, unlocking the land that's serviced and available, but somebody doesn't want to
Because
part with.
I'm sure you guys feel it more than I do, but like, it'd be some nice if it came back
Well, I
in the
think
game.
we agree. We want to convince people to get rid of that land and allow it to be developed. How many floors will have a river view?
So I would say 3, but it's going to depend where you are. I think if you were on the, what direction's that? I'm going to say south. I might be saying the wrong one. I think you'd struggle to see the river from the top floor. You're going to be looking through trees.
Yeah, I guess, if you're on the river side.
But no, but I mean, you are far enough to the left. If I was on Sandy Point Road looking at the building, left end, the top floor there's a good chance you'll be looking through trees. You're going to look across the trees at the river, but you're probably not going to see the houses below it. Down on the second and third floor on the right-hand end, clearly you're going to see, like, when you look way out across, you're definitely going to see river.
Okay. And the reason I asked that is the drone footage we saw earlier. The neighboring properties had a lovely lawn, but have basically taken all the trees out in order to have the view.
Yeah, we actually can't do that because a lot of those trees are across the property line. Right, there's a huge vacant property between us and these other developments that's not part of this development.
Gotcha.
And all those trees are staying. Like, obviously, we can't cut the neighbors.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Hickey, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think what a lot of us are struggling with is that visual of the rendering of the apartment.
I struggle with it
that was
too.
presented to us earlier. And then, like, on the flip side, like, we get that as a response. So can you talk about those renderings in particular, looking up the hill from like Lentook and Deerwood a little more, just to give us a visual of what exactly this is going to look like from those spots?
So I know a lot of people don't love this, but to me, this is the best image. This is the building sitting in real data. This is a real building in real data.
Can we make is there a way we can go into presentation mode? Or
sorry.
something?
So this is Lentook Deerwood, which is probably the one that you're most concerned with. And you can see the building there in the background. See it along the brown across the top?
Yeah.
So you're seeing on the left, you're seeing about 2/3 of the building, if that makes sense. So you're seeing like probably 3 floors, 3 to possibly 4 floors.
It's not 3.5 fully exposed floors then.
No.
Like that's a commitment.
No, like that, I'm struggle with how they generated that because I can't make it look like that with real data.
What's the height of that wall?
Ours, 19 meters from the ground.
Okay, Councillor Hickey. Good. Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mary. I have a few questions. So I was just wondering if you could first confirm like the water runoff, where it would go and if it's filtered.
So like with any development, stormwater management is our normal thing. At the bottom right corner, standing on Sandy Point Road, bottom right corner of this development, there's a wetland that connects to a water course that goes down across the neighbors, down across Cannificasis Road, all the way to Cannificasis River. So today, all of our water sheet drains down to this wetland. When we develop, we capture the water, bring it into a system, store it in ponds, underground, rooftops, all different ways, but we store it and delay the release of this back to pre-existence. So today, when we look at a raindrop, the raindrop hits the tree and eventually it gets to that water course. We delay how long it takes for it to leave so that it's hitting the water course at the same timeline. So it's still going the same spot, same time, same water, same rain.
Yeah, so I mean, that sounds like it could actually help what's happening now. Because it's delaying the water from flowing.
It's very rare that we would design post-development to match pre-development. Like, you can't make it match. It's X factor bigger because it's easier to get to that number. Yes, it's bigger, right? We could spend another 4 hours trying to get the model perfectly balanced. It's easier just dig an extra 5 shovelfuls out and make it work.
There was some concern about public engagement between developer and residents. But I think since PAC, there has been some communication. Is that right?
Most of the engagement's been from PAC. One of the things I struggle with in this engagement comment is, what I'm hearing is they want single family. Well, that doesn't work. This just economically doesn't work for this lot. Like these lots have been on the market for 15 years.
So if the 76 units, 10% of them are going to be affordable, that's about 7 units. So the rest of them, do we have any idea, based on pricing now, how much they would go for?
I really can't say.
No.
I'm not,
Okay.
That's not mine.
It was my understanding that this land was there. So first of all, the land is not being sold by the developer, is my understanding. It just hasn't been purchased by the developer, because there was concern about that too.
That's right. So they have a purchase and sale agreement that has a condition of rezoning. If it doesn't rezone, they don't need to buy it. They walk away.
Okay.
So they've invested a lot of money to get to this point, but they walk away.
And I think that the person that was selling the property had it for sale for 7 years, trying to do R2 or whatever it was zoned for, and didn't have any success selling. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Like the tentative subdivision plan is very old.
Okay. So how can you be certain, there's a lot of rock there, like I drove by today. How can you be certain that you won't need to blast?
So blasting always comes down to a cost benefit. So there's a big pre-blast survey, and when you have a bunch of neighbors near you, that drives this pre-blast survey, the cost of it, where a qualified person has to come assess each of these buildings and foundations and report on it. So there's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of reporting. And then, so now we get to break the rock or fracture it at a slightly cheaper rate per cubic meter than a hammer, right, a hydraulic hammer. So the cost benefit is take the big pre-blast survey, take the quantity of rock at a reduced rate, take a post-blast survey, add all those three up and compare them to the more expensive, just hammering the volume. In this case, it's significantly more cost effective just to hammer it.
Okay, Mayor, I actually have more questions, but I'll
I'll
go
have to come
second
back to you.
round. Yeah.
The deputy, I'm going to you next.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Andrew. You do this quite often, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time, wouldn't you say that you would advise your clients to do public engagement, to get out and discuss it with them and share the information?
I do, but again, like one of the things I struggle with, I really feel like in this case, if this wasn't a water view, it was a big hill between us and what I feel are a very different neighborhood down over the hill, we probably wouldn't be here having this conversation, because clearly if you look at a flat map, Sandy Point Road's a corridor. This is what should be going here. But no, there's no question. I advise people go knock on the doors.
Right. I mean, you've got nothing to lose.
No.
So why is it that no doors were knocked on? Can you tell me that?
I'm willing to knock on doors, but you got to pay me by the hour to knock on doors, right? So I advise people, I'm just being honest, right? I advise people, you go knock on the doors, I'll write you a letter if you need me to. It's up to the clients if they want to or not.
Okay. I guess, yeah, I mean, that, to me, that is a real mind boggler. I mean, I've done this hundreds of times. We see so much success when people connect with the community and there's a conversation and you know what's in it for me and what's in it for you and let's come to, and there's none of that here. And it's mind boggling. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ogden, over to you.
Just an engineering question. So there is a lot of rock in St. John. And more, when I hear people say that they really don't want basements, if there's a lot of rock in St. John and people don't want basements, why aren't we just putting slabs in St. John and avoiding because you always hear that, oh, you can't build in St. John because there's rock. Why don't you just build on top of it?
So we do, there's a whole bunch of answers to that. So it's a very complex question. But so we build on rock today, but you need to be all on rock or all off rock. And this is not my forte. This is geotechnical engineering. I'm not a geotechnical engineer. But the long and short of it is your building either needs to be 100% on rock or 100% off rock. So if you get one corner that misses, you have to overbreak everywhere else.
I would think that there's so much rock in St. John, wherever you build, there's going to be all rock.
But what
And-
always happens is I'm trying to build this desk and this corner, the elevation drops off right
Yeah, I mean, we've heard that for years. You can't build in St. John's, so there's so much rock. But if people are moving away from having basements, then that's not really an issue. That's just an old myth that we live by.
Well, in this site, most of the rock is on the driveway. So the
Okay.
trenches up the driveway and the physical driveway. So
So we shouldn't have to buy this idea that we can't grow because we have too much rock.
The rock is definitely an added cost to every development.
Is it?
If we hit rock, it's an added cost for sure, right? Compared to if I can just put an excavator in and dig it.
I wonder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan, back over to you.
Thanks,
Hang on,
Mayor.
let her
I
go.
just had really one more question. So I was wondering how much of the trees would have to be cut?
So I think you don't see it anymore, but if you picture the development footprint, there's the building and the parking lot and the driveway.
Yeah.
And then there's some slopes. Okay, perfect. This is probably as zoomed in as we get. So yeah, we don't have a great top view, but the building itself, like obviously everything where you see building, between the parking lot and the building, the drive aisle down to the underground parkade, that's all cut. On the roadward side of the building, generally you're looking at, I'm gonna say 5 meters. That's a pretty safe number that they're gonna clear. That's gonna give them enough space to build it. There'll be spots where it won't be that much, but assume 5 meters. Around the back, on the left, again, this 5 meters is probably a reasonable number. As you go further to the right, that's going to increase to probably 7 to 8 meters.
Okay.
Around the building will be kind of the biggest distance, so maybe that should be 6 meters, because that's where they need lifts and everything to access the outside. So they need to build a flat pad to work on.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. It looks like that's it for questions for you. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. So I'll ask again, if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the project on Sandy Point Road? Oh, Mr. Seer, come on down.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Sear with Envision St. John. So again, we're here to speak tonight in favor of the project. As a regional growth agency, we work quite a bit on the housing crisis and housing issues and challenges, both in terms of supporting affordable, as well as trying to address what is really one of the biggest challenges that we're trying to overcome, which is the housing supply issue. I don't envy anyone around the table this evening. This is a difficult decision. Seems to have been quite a number of these the last couple of years. There's probably going to be a lot more. The world has really changed overnight. When we talk about the difficulties with, adapting the plan on the fly and that sort of thing, it was just a few years ago we were talking about no growth. Now we're talking about too much growth. Last year, the region grew by about 3,500 people. That's demand for about 1,500 units. We did about 600 last year. This year, we're having probably one of our best first half of the years as a region in recent memory. Probably still only on pace for about 700 units of that potential demand for 1,500 units. And provincial level population growth still seems to be chugging along. So it's a real challenge, and it's a significant uphill battle. When we talk a little bit about, one project may not help it, but we're about 10 of these projects behind right now. So everyone helps. Everyone helps push us towards that goal of meeting housing supply. The other challenge is construction costs. It's hit every project. It's fundamentally changed the game in terms of development economics overnight. You see the trends towards higher density, mixed developments, mixed types of housing forms and housing uses. Those become more and more important to us as a region overnight, because what it means is you get to take your costs and you get to spread it over more units, both your civil, both your geotech, as well as your land costs. And land's been a challenge, particularly in terms of speculation. Again, these are two different sides of the market and the housing ecosystem, and they've just flipped upside down overnight. It's a very, very challenge. And, from that standpoint, like, we're seeing a lot of inefficiencies in the system. Like you've heard quite a bit this evening. It's a challenge to figure out a project to make it work. It's why we've had so many that have stalled. The good news is we're starting to see that log jam open up. Some projects start to work, but not all of them are there yet. And for the ones that we see get to the council chambers, there's probably a good half dozen or so that we work with behind the scenes and see it fall apart because of rock challenges, because there's too long of a distance. There's too long of a distance from the street to extend services and make a project viable, because landowners, have trouble justifying a price that for selling the land that makes it economical for development. And quite frankly, we see this case quite often. Is it the absolute perfect site from a city planning perspective to do a multi-story development? It might not have an A, but a lot of the times we're working with developers, we're going 6, 8, 10, 12 months, and we can't find them something. And then what ends up happening is their realtor finds something. It's not the perfect site, but it's something that they think they can make work. And then we end up here with people speaking against the project. There's a lot of challenges right now in the market. There's a lot of inefficiencies. We would certainly agree with the challenges in terms of land supply right now. The market has changed so much in such a short period of time. There's so many inefficiencies that are happening all at the same time that it is hard to make a project work, and it's certainly hard to make 1,500 units work overnight in a region that was used to building about 350 a few years ago. So from that standpoint, we certainly are in agreement with a lot of the challenges that you've heard about getting projects moving forward, and see it as a real challenge for providing the housing supply that we need. One of the things I would, really stress is we've got a couple of developers right now that are ones that are able to make it work. They're moving projects forward. It's going to be great from a housing market perspective if we can have them as busy as we can next year, in terms of trying to maybe get a little closer to that 1,200 to 1,500 units a year target that we need to meet this. So from that standpoint, as a region, we see a desperate need for housing. We've got a huge uphill battle to close the gap on housing supply, and our support of the project.
All right. Thank you for being here this evening. I don't see any questions for you. Okay, I'll ask again if there's anyone here who would like to speak in favor of the project. Get you to give us your names for the record.
Stephen Britton. Bill Dunnett. I'm a resident in Milledgeville. So we weren't planning on speaking tonight. We will give a little background. We both have done different developments. I'm doing 2 out in East St. John right now. Stephen has done 4 or 5 different developments around town. We're local. We live here. I've been a resident of Milledgeville for 50 years. I do remember when Brentwood was built. I was probably 7 years old. And when Brentwood was built, I asked my father this. He passed away a few years ago. Before he died, I asked him, I said, listen, what was the deal with Brentwood? The residents, I lived within sight of, I lived on Aldrich Street, which is 4 streets over from Brentwood. And I said, was there a big outcry? And he said, well, yes, there was. There was most of the residents weren't happy that there was a 16-story building going up on a hill that's going to tower and look over everybody. And he said, but after it was built, it didn't become such a big issue. We realized we were living in a bit of a fishbowl because 16 floors could look at our house. But after we were there for 25 more years, it just became normal. Now, probably 25 to 40 residents that lived in my neighborhood growing up now live in Brentwood. So what we see as when people age out of their house, they still want to live in their neighborhood. And so this is an opportunity. Everyone talks about, well, it's high rent, it's this, it's that. Well, we're going to have affordable units. That's one thing. We haven't set the rents yet. We can't set the rents because we don't know what our costs are going to be going forward. What we're trying to do now is buy the land so that we can start the process of designing a building that will fit, that won't stand out like a sore thumb. The last thing we want is that. But going back to the Brentwood model, the people that aged out of their house, my next door neighbor, she turned 84. She couldn't keep her house anymore. Her husband passed away. She's living now. She's 90. She just turned 90 last week. She's living in Brentwood. And I asked her 2 weeks ago, I said, how's everything in Brentwood? Well, I just love it. It's great. I didn't have to leave my community, and I didn't have to go to a nursing home or one of the other more expensive residents. Because if you go to one of those residents, it's $4,000 a month. It's not $2,500, $2,000, $1,800. Right now, my apartment buildings are full. Out in Heather Way, we build one a year. We're doing 24 units every year. We fill them before they're built, and our rents are between $1,500 and $1,800. These rents will be more, yes, because we're going to do a higher end building. We haven't even decided whether they're rents or they're going to be condos. So if they're condos, there'll be people buying these units, not renting these units. These are going to be, generally speaking, people that are over 50 years old, that are still active, that want to use Rockwood Park. God forbid somebody's actually going to use Rockwood Park. I mean, the more people we can put in Rockwood Park, the gem of the city, God forbid people are going to actually use it. So there's 74 more residents that are going to be able to walk across the street and go into trails and use Rockwood Park to its fullest. They talk about neighborhood. Like I said, some of the people that are here tonight, maybe not today, maybe not 3 years, but maybe in 5 or 10, they're going to welcome the fact that, hey, I can go up over the hill, stay in my community, and still be friends with all my neighbors down over the hill.
Let me reinforce that whole idea of aging in place. Seabird Suites is a great example. It's not a building that we own, but it's certainly a building I was involved in developing. And, a tremendous amount of pushback when we were applying for rezoning and applying for building permits and so on, the whole public process. And it ends up that two of the people that were pushing the hardest, one of them actually is living in Seabird Suites now, and another wanted to, but we weren't finished construction in time for them to move in. So, I guess people have to understand that in order to stay in the neighborhood you've brought your children up in and have desired to be in, I heard the comment, our forever home. At the end of the day, you can't live there forever. At some point, you get to a stage in your life where your family home is too big. It's too much to take care of. I'm not there yet, but I can see it in my not too distant future. My kids are grown. I'm an empty nester. It's my wife and I in a larger home than we need. So at the end of the day, for us to provide a supply into a neighborhood that right now doesn't have that option, a lot of these people in the future will probably look and say, hey, I'm kind of glad it's there. Had it not been built, I would have to leave this neighborhood. So, that to me is a very valid point. As far as affordability goes, I'm a real student of economics. And when you've got a market of any type that is short on supply, you may not be selling Volkswagens when you need to be, and you're selling BMWs instead. But if you're selling a lot of new BMWs, you've got a lot of used ones that become for sale. And okay, maybe they're a little bit more than a brand new Volkswagen, but they're much more affordable than a brand new BMW. So to me, any supply is good supply. The other way I've heard it put is any door is a good door. So the argument about us not helping the affordable side of the equation, I disagree with that. Further, I am directly involved in an affordable housing project, which is going to be announced fairly soon. But as a developer, those are difficult to do. For-profit developments are quicker to market, they're easier to finance, they're much more effectively put to task. It's much easier to bring a market door to market than an affordable door. But we are involved also in affordable projects. So I mean, at the end of the day, no, our project does not answer 76 affordable units, but 10% of it will be affordable. And that's the way the rules work. Anyway, if there's any other questions, we'd
Can I say something on the affordable? On the affordable, if a person moves to our building and sells their house, and they live in a nice home that's $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, they sell that house. Somebody else that it's in a $400,000 or $300,000 house moves up to that house. Well, that person that sold the $300,000, somebody in the $100,000 or $150,000 moved to that house. And then all of a sudden, somebody who's in an apartment that's barely making it by, but all of a sudden can afford that 150, it just created supply. So to say that we're not doing anything just because we're doing higher end, it doesn't work that way in reality. I mean, a high-end home can make an opportunity for someone down here. Now, to answer John Mackenzie, your question on why we didn't do engagement. To be quite honest, we were really naive and stupid when we went into this process. We went in and we said to Andrew, how many units can we get on that piece of land? And he looked at us and he said, well, geez, I don't know. Did some fancy drawings. He says, you can get 120 units. Wow, 120 units. That's great. That's a great idea. That's a great return. We're going to do really good on this project. So we naively thought, it's in the woods. There's a few people across the street. They're definitely going to be against it. Nothing we can say to change their mind. And I don't blame them, to be quite honest. There's always a few people that, you know what, you just can't satisfy the problem because we are the problem. So then, we said, okay, naively we thought, well, we're just looking out over all the other people down below. That's not going to affect them. Especially, and then I came and sat here, that seat right there, and we presented it to PAC, and I said, 120 units, sat here, and a couple of people got up and made great comments. Very, they were all relevant. And then one of them said, well, there's a building over there that's X number of units, and look at the size of it. And I sat here and I went, holy crap, that is a big building. That is not going there. The next morning, my partner, who's no longer a partner in this, he was mentioned tonight. He met with Chris McGee, and they're good friends, and that's one of the reasons he dropped out, because he just didn't have the stomach for what we were doing. And he said, he went and met Chris, and that was after PAC. And he called me when he got done the meeting. He said, holy geez, Bill, he said, I thought Chris and I are really good friends. I thought we could have worked this one out. Thought he'd see my point. We just agreed to disagree, and we went our separate ways, and we're all good. He said, but, there's, he said, but I don't know if we can reason with these people. If I can't reason with my friends, we're not going to change their mind. So we said, okay, we went to the PAC meeting. We listened to everybody that was here, and we read all their letters. And we went back and said, okay, 120 units, way too much. It just doesn't work. There's 50 meters of trees on one side. When we had the two buildings, we were going to cut right over almost to the property line. I'm a landscaper, and I brought it up at a meeting we had just before we came to PAC. And I said, fellas, what you guys really don't realize is when we cut the trees down, all the rest of the trees are going to blow down. And they said, yeah, okay, yeah. And then we were already coming to PAC, so we had to bring it. And the more we sat here, the next day I called Stephen. I said, Stephen, if we're going with 120, I'm out, because this isn't going to work. This is not going to work. It's not right. It's not the right proposal. I still think it was my idea to do the proposal in the first place, but I said, this is too big. So we went back, we did a financial analysis on it, And we figured, okay, so if we go down to one building, how can we still make it work?
Can I
We
get
need-
you, can I ask you to?
Yeah, am I going too long?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I've got a couple of questions too, but,
Yep.
so I don't know if you
I'll
want to
wrap it up.
condense it.
but,
Yeah, perfect.
So anyway, we didn't do the community, so we had the PAC meeting, we had all the information, we already got all the feedback. So then we changed it, we came to PAC, and not one person talked anything positive about dropping 45 units off of it. And then we said, Councillor Sullivan suggested, you guys need to go and talk to them. And we said, for what reason? We're going to go to knock on their door. I hate when people come knocking on my door, and especially somebody I really don't want to talk to. And so we heard their views. They heard ours the first PAC meeting. We didn't speak the second one because we decided it was just let our technical guy look after it. But we've heard their views, and we can only do so much to counteract their views on it. They have their views, we have ours. And our view is that this is a good project. We'll do our best. If the trees, we're going to leave 50 meters of trees on one side. We move the whole project. So the people that are on the Sandy Point Road that are closest to us, they'll have 50 meters. And if we lose 10 meters, we'll still have 40. Because when you cut the trees down, the first 10 meters will tend to blow over because they're not used to the wind. The rest of the trees on the front of the property, we're going to leave the trees, a buffer of trees along the front till we build the building. And then we would remove the trees. And the building will act as a buffer for the trees that are still left on Sandy Point Road. So, and if we, well, wrap it. And if we have to, we'll build a berm at the front of Sandy Point Road and plant 7 to 8 foot trees there that will eventually be mature, and you'll never see our building from Sandy Point Road.
Okay, Councillor Hickey, you got the first question.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Hoping for some insight on construction process and what kind of that timeline might look like, or just moving on from here, what it looks like. And I asked that question in context for a neighborhood that's been strung along on some projects that haven't happened, whether it be
One down on the hill.
can't even remember what they're called now. It's the Ethos Ridge. There was that
Okay,
one.
do you have a timeline?
That was a concern of ours when we brought it.
The one further down.
Whether that
Like
was gonna happen.
we've got a community here that with a lot of hopes in us, and I just want to be able to be as clear as possible as to what construction timeline is going to do, and you two have some good credibility in actually getting them built.
No, good question,
And what
Andrew.
that's going to look like.
What is the timeline?
So the first step in the whole thing is the design stage. It's a pretty complex site, so we're probably anywhere, if consultants are available, because everybody's busy. So if our design team are readily, let's get going today, it's 6 months to a year to get design done that you can bring in and get a building permit. So if we get at it immediately following a rezoning, probably a year we're applying for building permit. If the consultants are busy and it drags, we could be 18 months. It really depends on, you get your civil work done, then you're out to your architects, you're out to your structural guys, your mechanical guys. It could be 18 months.
Right, so 12 to 18 months for start time?
12 to 18 months, I would say,
Okay.
right now, based on the
Right.
level of workload on these folks.
Okay.
Now, look, Your Worship, that could change next week.
Right.
We don't know until
Right.
we go to them with our
Sure.
thoughts.
Right,
But right now, I'd say 12 to 18 months.
sounds good.
And then it's, once you're designed and permitted, in that process, you're lining up your financing, you're lining up your trades, you're making sure that material
Right.
supply is good. Right now, supply chains are healthy, so getting any kind of materials is not a challenge.
Okay,
But again, those things can change. Right now, I would say
Yeah.
you're 18 months,
okay,
give or take, Bill?
I'd say 12 months and 2 years to build, so 3
Right.
years.
Yeah.
Simple answer.
okay, sounds good. Deputy, you've got a question?
Thank you, Worship. Well, I just want to respond. I got a lot of respect for you guys. You do a lot of good work. I've supported you in the past, no problem with that. But you're not naive. You guys have
No, we
been
were
around,
naive in this one.
you guys have been around a long time, and you know what works and what doesn't. And you really have nothing to lose by saying to people, you know what, I'm going to make it so that you can stay in this community forever. When you have to leave your house, you could have had that conversation, Bill. It might not have all, they might not have all gone the way you'd like them to, but it would have been the polite thing to do. It would have been the thing to do. And, you know, two guys that have been in the business for, I don't know, 30, 40 years. I don't know how long you've been doing it, but you've been doing it a long time. You've been in front of me a lot. But, you know, to stand there and say that you made a mistake.
Well, we made a mistake.
Okay, you weren't naive. You made a
But
mistake.
no, we were naive to think that we didn't need to change.
Okay, well,
Even though Andrew recommended it.
Okay. So,
I'm,
are you done?
no.
Okay, keep
Almost.
going then, because I need a motion to go beyond 10 o'clock very shortly. Counselor Hickey's moving that. I need a seconder on that.
Second.
Okay, there we go.
Just so I can get my question in.
All in, yeah, I know. All in favor? Opposed? No, you can count on you for that one, Counselor.
Okay, so I'm confused because I'm all about affordable housing right now. We're in a crisis. We need affordable housing.
Kill itself.
And Bill, you said this will be affordable housing. And then Steve, you said 10% of it's affordable housing. But it's all high-end apartments and possibly condos. So where's the affordability in that?
Okay, so basically, the rule is, John, that when you use CMHC for your funding, or your
Yeah.
financing, you have no choice, okay? There's a rule, it's a condition in your financing, and right now, you cannot do a multi-unit residential unless you've got tens of millions of dollars in your pocket. You cannot do a project without CMHC. You have to have it.
But what is affordable?
Pardon me?
So you have to.
Those are federal government guidelines.
80% of the market rate.
Right.
So if you have a condo that goes for $3,000 a month, you could still go for $2,400.
How the condo side works, you're not going to get CMHC funding to do a condo development, okay?
Right.
And, John, further to that, condos in this city, the only way we would ever consider condos is if the floodgates opened and people were beating our door down to buy a condo. There's not a condo market in St. John, okay? John Rocca struggled with waterfront residences forever. And there's still units there that are not sold.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Okay.
you know, the guidelines are there. We have no choice but to do affordable units.
Okay, thank you.
It has to be 10%.
Thank you both.
All right, that's it for questions for you two, apparently.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for being here this evening. All right, I'll ask one more time if there's anyone who would like to speak in favor of the project. And if not, I'm going to close the public hearing. All right. So now I'll ask my team if you have any questions for staff. Councillor Radwan, you have a question for staff?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you. Just one, really. There was a question about how the levy was figured out. Mark, are you able to clarify how that's done and how it was done correctly?
On this one, Your Worship, through the councillor, the original levy was set, I think, was $4,428 per lot, which is where we landed for Fieldstone Estates. In this particular lot, or in this particular case, the site was supposed to be cut into 5 single-family lots. The development is on 4 of those 5 lots, so it's 4 lots multiplied by 4,428, which gives the $17,000 and change.
So you base it off of what it's already zoned, and that's what you always do.
Yes, that's how we did it. Keeping in mind, like when this was set and first looked at, like that was 20-some years ago, and under the tools at the time, under the Community Planning Act, that was the way it was done. I think today, you know, if we were putting infrastructure in a developing community, there are new tools in the Community Planning Act that allow us to be a fair bit more selective. And, you know, Moncton has done quite a bit of groundbreaking work recently on development cost charges for developers and lot levies and per unit levies. And those 2 precedents from Moncton, those would have been both subject to various development charge schemes in that community.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I mean, Moncton's had a lot more units on the market too, so I understand why staff haven't recommended that before. Thank you.
Deputy, back over to you.
Thank you, Worship. This one is more for the fire chief. I watched the video that Stephanie Avery Gorman put out. And I was really surprised when I looked at the video and I saw how much forest was there. And I mean, it's fresh in my mind what happened last year in Halifax. And I'm wondering if you have any concerns with the way climate change has been going about Rockwood Park area and, fires getting out of hand and that sort of thing. I'm just wondering if you have any kind of comment on that, Chief.
Through your worship to the deputy, I guess the wildfire, the urban-rural interface is a concern in any city where you have rural, nature come up to development. And I guess that's that risk analysis that we have to do in the pre-planning to make sure that we're able to mitigate those risks. So certainly there are risks, but there are certainly having the density there for evacuations, those types of things can actually make getting people out of an area quicker. So certainly a risk, but it's something where pre-planning can help in understanding what's there and how do we mitigate those risks.
Okay, and the follow-up to that is, like, they talked about the amount of traffic on Sandy Point Road and it being a rural road. If you have a high density on a rural road and something like that happens, does that make it a lot harder?
Through you, your worship, to the deputy, it's hard to say on that one. Again, you have to kind of look at what your options are when you have an incident to know what are your evacuation routes. And again, that comes down to the pre-planning and understanding what those options are so that you don't have to make those decisions at that time. You've got the plans that you can fall back to.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Harris, over to you.
Yeah, a couple mixed bag questions here for staff, a little bit all over the place. Mark, from what I understand, the infrastructure levy discount they're getting here is worth about $300,000. That's the discount that they're getting.
It could be, your worship, through you to the councillor. If it were applied on a per unit basis, then it would be, the 4424, whatever the number is, multiplied by the 76 units. So it would be, upwards of $200,000 or $300,000.
I think that's something we got to look at on an ongoing basis. I mean, every city around us has a better cost recovery rate, from what I understand, around infrastructure, right? This is something we share in common and we built in common, and we all have to pay into, I hope, more equitably in common. If there's any way to have that reviewed by third reading, I would certainly love to have something to go off of there so that we can have, because I actually think my decision will weigh a little bit on that, right? If the city is just handing out these types of discounts and other cities are recovering on that cost, and still, like, do I want our city to be like Moncton? Not a chance. But we're not seeing that. Moncton's, with all due respect to folks in Moncton, it's basically a strip mall with a bunch of stroads around it. It's not something I want our city to look like. And I do not think for 1 minute that this is what this proposal is going to send us down the road on. Everybody around this table has commented on this difference, but I do think they may have something right around not development cost charges, because we need to eliminate some of those, but around the basic principle of infrastructure and how we contribute to it and how thoughtful we are about that. That's something I would like to have something, if we can, by third reading. Another question that I had, this idea of gentle density. Have we described this anywhere? Because I agree, if we're going to commit to a principle of gentle density, we should have some really good analysis on where those areas are going to be. We know the infrastructure we have. It shouldn't be that difficult to produce a sort of map that gives the community, to Monica's point, who brought that up, it gives the community a bit of a sense like, holy frig, I live in an area that's prone for densification, or I don't. Now, those types of deep neighborhood planning sessions that we did for Plan SJ and Central are expensive and they're timely. I'm not talking about that level of depth, but I am saying, hey, the infrastructure on this area is good for 200,000 people or 5,000 people, whatever those numbers are, and there's only 1,000 there now, so this area is more ripe for densification. Some sort of analysis like that. But have we described gentle density in that level of detail, or is it more nebulous?
Your worship, through you to the councillor, one of the processes that we're embarking on with respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund is something called zoning reform. And there are a few components to that. As Pankaj alluded to tonight, one of the things is getting rid of single unit, single family zoning and allowing more flexibility in housing demand. Now, here in St. John, we have provisions in the bylaw that if you have a grand old mansion, I will say, or a large old house that is in an R1 or an R2 zone, if that was built before 1967, if it has more than 10 rooms, then you can just come in with a building permit and convert that large single-family house into a multiple unit dwelling. Some of the things that Councillor Hickey alluded to earlier, I believe, the CMHC checklist with the Housing Accelerator Fund, things like getting away from the single unit zoning, increasing density along corridors, that's something that we're going to be embarking upon shortly and, bringing through prior to the end of the year is a suite of zoning bylaw changes around that. So that will help us to embark on a road to gentle density.
Okay, so we haven't described it yet.
Yeah.
We've just got the term that we're throwing around.
Your worship, just want to add to a couple of comments. Let's tackle gentle density first. The term has been defined by CMHC, and it includes a range of low-rise buildings, singles, semi-detached, duplexes, multiplexes, all the way to 3-rise walk-up apartments. It's one cluster of housing. Under our half agreement and the agreement that we have sort of agreed to with CMHC, we are going to allow gentle densification in areas where we today have R1 and R2 zones.
And that would be more of a right. As a right, we're going to allow that gentle density.
It would be as of right. There is another layer to it. Everywhere we have intensification areas, what is that? That means a location next to a school, employment center, or a primary corridor, as you've identified. These are areas for intensification. In those areas, we are going to allow 6 units on a lot, right? So if you are a residential neighborhood within 200-300 meters of one of these elements, you can have a higher density. Our existing municipal plan uses this concept of primary corridors as a location where you would support intensification. The whole issue we have today is that Sandy Point Road is a primary corridor. It has high capacity and it overlaps and intersects with what is a stable residential. So all those subdivisions down facing Kennebecasis River are stable residential or low density. We are not talking about introducing a building right dab in the middle of that.
Right.
We are suggesting that this be on this corridor so that the impact, which is really transportation impact, is absorbed. That's the idea. So if we were to do a secondary plan tomorrow and say, where should medium to high density go? It would be on the periphery adjacent to a infrastructure corridor so it can absorb that that capacity and impact. So I think we are very much in alignment with those pieces. To your question on lot recovery, we did go back and ask this question about, are we being fair and equitable? And what is this math? So the math is that, yes, we are at this point giving them the cost for 4 lots, but a 76 unit development will generate taxes anywhere between upwards of 200K to 300K in a year. And so what is the alternative? 4 lots that would generate about 16,000 in taxes per year, as opposed to between 200 and 300. So the taxes, given its high density in one location, is a strong argument for why we could be discounting it, but recouping through the taxes. So that is one rationale. I'm not suggesting it's the go-forward rationale. It's the one consideration at this point.
Okay, I'm going back to thank you. Going back to Councillor Hickey.
Thanks, Your Worship. Question for staff. When we make a decision like this that does divert from the plan, how does that then impact our infrastructure decisions around that area, specifically additions of sidewalks? Does it impact our decision or our timelines on developing the roundabout that's proposed for Sandy Point Road? Any impacts on our decision making for how the rest of the infrastructure gets impacted?
Your worship, through you to the councillor, I think if I heard that correctly, I think the councillor mentioned a decision that goes against the plan. Is that correct?
Or just a rezoning like this that adds more density to something that we didn't necessarily plan to have. How does that impact our then infrastructure decisions moving forward?
It could, it could increase the necessity of those infrastructure decisions, but, that would be, a question for, Commissioner Hugenholtz and Director O'Reilly, when they prepare their capital budgets, the timing around that. It would really be more a question of that, how that fits in the overall capital budget and, those investments to support future growth.
I'm going to Director O'Reilly, can you add to that?
Yeah, Councillor Hickey, the question around like sidewalks and ag transportation is an important one. And the questions a lot of residents have been asking of us a lot in the last few years. That's why we have undertaken a prioritization process across the entire city for both sidewalk infills as well as crosswalk locations. That analysis included, vehicle volumes, accident history, development in the area, et cetera. And there's a lot of streets in St. John without sidewalks on them. So that plan will continuously be updated as development happens in different parts of the city. But I did take some time during the discussions to look up this street. And so this rating system is out of 100 points for sidewalk infill in our strategy. And some of the streets in the city without sidewalks are like 76, 80 points out of 100. Sandy Point Road in this particular area is 25 points out of 100. So when you look at the level of investment, and the sidewalks are expensive to build, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to put in with the storm system. There are other parts of the city under current circumstances that warrant sidewalk infill much more than this particular area of Sandy Point Road. Now, over time, will development like this one and other ones push that area up higher? Could be, but certainly not at the present time. So I guess the overall answer to your question is, yes, we do consider things like development, traffic, et cetera, to establish where our priorities need to be for sidewalk and crosswalk infill. And this is not one area that reaches the top of that prioritization list at this time.
Okay, Councillor Harris, back to you.
Yeah, round two, just to wrap it up. Not a question, a statement, because we were asked to kind of give our thoughts on, what provokes our decision making. And I think it is important for people to comment on that. In this case, and in all cases right now, having been to this table multiple times trying to get what I think were important reforms passed, and having gotten some of those passed that we are patiently waiting on the province to give us the permission to do, like taxing vacancy, which is something we called for 2.5 years ago. And we're still not hearing it in the election. And it is still criminal, in my opinion, that there's speculators sitting on land and pushing the common good to the back burner while they collect, big paychecks when they get the payout for it. But we don't have control over that. And so in this case, what drives the decision making? And to be honest, with 20-some hundred units that we have put through this room, one of the ones that scores the top is, can the developer that's asking me for this approval get the job done? That one scores at the top because we have thousands of units from all sorts of developers with great intentions, and some of them great projects that have disappeared and we've never heard from again, and we don't ever know if they're going to come back. And that ties up staff time, that ties up everything. Consultants to do work that they had no ability, they didn't have the dollars in the account to get the job over the finish line. So that one scores really high for me. Another one that scores high, right? Is there a level of service there that we can achieve? And that's why I say this infrastructure question is important to answer, because I don't want to be subsidizing the profits of somebody else. If I can't see into their books, I don't want to be giving free handouts of public tax dollars. I just don't want to be doing it. It's not my job to make the financial system work for people that are going to make money on real estate. It's the #1 GDP earner in this country, and that's a crime. And it's the reason we're in this housing crisis. So I don't want to be mismanaging taxpayers' dollars. And that's a question that we still need answered. That's a number two. And then there's the affordability question, right? That's the number 3. The problem with that affordability question is there is no covenant that we can get signed with a developer to say they are going to charge a certain amount or have a certain amount of units. It just, the process is to get the funding to do affordable development, lay outside of this room, and come afterwards. So we don't even have the sight line to be able to do it. Yes, there's CMHC covenants that you need to sign, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be signed. At this point, they're not. So it's a very hard question to answer, and we don't have the tools to do it. But I hope you will all take some of those thoughts and pose them to your politicians, because there's at least 19 different ways that this system could work differently, and only about 2 or 3 of them are being talked about in this election right now, which is rent caps for the most part. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radwan, last go for you.
Thank you. Yes, I also just wanted to make my comments as well. I think that, first of all, I think a little bit of credit does need to go to the developers for going and taking away a plan that was 120 units and coming back with something much smaller. And I do want to give them credit for that. And I mean, that's significant. And the big thing about it is when you're talking about trees and leaving a lot more trees, you're talking about leaving people privacy, you're talking about leaving them quality of life. If the renderings where you just see the top of that building is the renderings of how it's going to look, I don't think it would bother too many people if that's the case. The other thing that I think that's extremely important, we do need affordable units, but we also, I think, around this table know that we can't depend on all developers to be able to do that, because that's not the market that they're in, and that's not the business that they're in. But luckily, there are going to be some affordable units. The other thing that I think is extremely important to note is that we absolutely desperately need to have mixed neighborhoods in St. John. When we have areas that there's a lot of poverty or there's just a lot of people with a lot of money, it doesn't help build everybody up together. And that's what's extremely important. I've had people ask me, would you want this building in your backyard? Actually, I wish and I invite Mr. Britton and Mr. Dunnett to build this in my backyard. I have a great big pit back there that everybody wants to party in. I'd love to have a building that has the quality of finishes and the quality of work like at the Telegraph. It's good quality work. So that I'm comfortable with. Like I'm comfortable with the developer finishing things right so that it doesn't take away from value of property. So anyway, I do want to challenge you to think for the developers actually to think about condos, because I think that the market has shifted. A lot of newcomers do want condos, and they're used to living in condos. They're used to not being able to have a big, massive house, and they want condos. So I could probably send you about 20 people off the top of my head that would like a condo. But the other big thing is to keep in mind is I know the city's invested millions of dollars in underground water and sewage infrastructure for this street, and we haven't been able to recoup it. So what do you do from there? I guess that my decision is really being based off of I don't think that it's going to tarnish the quality of life for this beautiful neighborhood that I love. And I think that the city absolutely needs it in every way, shape, and form.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to Councillor Radwan if next, or not Councillor Radwan, Councillor Killen. She's had her hand up, so I'll go to you first there, Councillor Killen, for your first go-round.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Yeah, I think I just want to give my comments. It's been an interesting 3 hours to take this all in for sure. And I just recently was in Halifax and driving through Hammond's Plains, and it reminds me of that situation where, all of us, like, there's farmland out there, and then there's these brand new apartment buildings going up all over the place in Halifax, and with beautiful views, shared views, with big, also subdivisions and things like that. I think it's a sign of our growth, and there's going to be some unfortunate realities for neighborhoods as we move through this. I really did like the example about Brentwood Towers and how that likely was probably a huge issue back in the day for the neighborhood. And there's a lot of sacrifices and compromises and places we need to get to. And I appreciate the developers took the time from going from 120 down to 76 and looking at different options. But I know how difficult this is going to be for the community to accept. And so I did also, like everyone else probably does too, is share the comments as to why I think this is a good idea to move through this difficult process. You know, in the 60s, we wanted to be the next Halifax, and they beat us to it. So we have Tucker Park, who is with a medical facility that's going up. You see this? I see the sign all the time going to my appointments out there. So there's going to be a lot of folks who are likely working and educating themselves at a higher level that are going to need a place to live that's close by. And we have a crisis in healthcare too. So ideally, you know, some of these places will be available for them to live. So yeah, okay. I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Killen. Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess some random thoughts because that's how my notes have ended up. First of all, I did ask the question at PAC about capacity. The levy was originally created based on 800 single-family units in the area, and this development, the engineers tell me, is the equivalent of about 50 single-family homes. So just based on the usage, so that's kind of the discount. It's not from 76 to 4, but it is from 50 to 4, because that's the capacity that's being taken out of the 800. So I understand it was a market reason that decision was made, but we won't recover if that's what you're looking to do, Council, based on this model. I do have a concern. One of the speakers talked about the lack of balance. You know, really, this was really adversarial. One side said, definitely don't do it at all. And the other side said, here's all the reasons it should be done, period. Which concerns me because we have policies that would speak possibly against this that weren't addressed. Like policy LU 87 talks about evolving a neighborhood. So what's evolution? And in my mind, evolution isn't going from single family homes to a 76 unit apartment building. Like that's not an evolution. That's a significant change. So there's no buildup. And I do remember a few years ago, a neighborhood on the west side that we actually turned down a development because I think they were going to 16 units in the middle of a single family home neighborhood. So I guess LU 87 talks that one of the speakers talked about how does it contribute positively to the neighborhood. I'm really glad that the developers got up and talked about aging in place, because that is a reason that we want to have more gentle density in neighborhoods like Milledgeville. But it also brings up the Charlie Kavanaugh development at Daniel and Millage Avenue, because I have older friends who grew up in Milledgeville who have moved into that development for that purpose. But when I still drive by, and it's only 4 stories high, it looks incredibly out of place. So that's the lot levy. On the building itself and the development itself, and other people around the table have said it, these are developers who have done quality developments in St. John. And thanks to Andrew, because I've asked him the same questions a couple of times, I'm comfortable that it won't be a castle on the hill overlooking the peasants in the valley. That was my original concern 2 PACs ago. And I'm hopeful that whoever owns that other piece of land doesn't cut the trees down to increase the view for the bottom floors. Like how it's shown there, I can accept. But the question for me becomes precedent, becomes plan, right? Because is 6 the new 4? We haven't had that debate. We haven't changed that policy. We talked about it coming, but we haven't had that debate yet. So we can't just say 6 is the new 4 unless we decide to set the precedent now that 6 is the new 4, which is a significant change in my mind to a plan, and I think Monica said it, you know, that the community was heavily invested in. That's a concern. and certainly a concern, and I will wrap up in a moment, of the precedent. Like, this one piece, if you could say, hey, it's this one piece, this one development, I think it's quality. I think people could age in place. I think it's nestled in the woods nicely. But I don't think this will be one development. If this passes, how do you say no to the next one until we use up the 800 units worth of infrastructure we put in the ground there? And it was interesting, and it's late, so please excuse the reference. But my wife and my favorite movie is It's a Wonderful Life. And if George Bailey is a businessman, this quote jumped into my head. Can't you understand what's happening here? Don't you see what's happening? Potter isn't selling, Potter's buying, and why? Because we're panicking and he's not. That's why. He's picking up the bargains. Now we can get through this thing all right. We're in a housing crisis. Envision, we had this conversation a couple PACs ago. I respect, it's what they do. But I think Envision would say build anything, anywhere right now if it was a house in St. John. And I'm not willing to panic. I still think we have to follow a plan. If the plan is wrong, we change the plan, but we're looking to the future. This one development, that's not an issue for me. But the issue for me is that we're panicking based on the housing crisis, and this one development is going to lead to many more that is going to change the character of our neighborhood. St. John is a city of neighborhoods. We make decisions, and we've made decisions based on neighborhood character often. And I grew up in Milledgeville as well, so maybe I'm biased, not in the legal sense, don't get upset, but because I grew up in Milledgeville, and I think the character of a lot of Milledgeville, and especially this area of Milledgeville, where all these folks live, is where I played. I had a friend who lived on Kennebecasis Drive, and that's the valley we played in when it was all trees. But it developed in concert with the rest of the neighborhood. So the last piece from George Bailey that I hope at the end of this, whatever the outcome is we got to stick together, though. We got to have faith in each other. This isn't a conversation as much as it was adversarial tonight. What you brought down to the podium tonight, talking about aging in place, is an important conversation for folks who have grown up in Milledgeville. I'm glad you brought that forward. It's why we've got to have the tough conversations, though, with the neighbors. So please, if this passes, have a conversation with the neighbors so they feel more comfortable with what's happening. If it doesn't pass and there's another renovation, have a conversation. Because I think there are a lot of good things here. I have moved through the 3 presentations I've seen on it, and my decision has nothing to do with the particular development that's been put in front of us. I think it would be quality. I think it would allow people to age in place, but I can't get past the planning piece and the precedent piece.
All right. That looks like that's it, so I'll take a motion. City? Okay. Second, okay, so I've got a move to approve first reading by title on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Those 3. Councillor Killen, I didn't catch your head. Did you catch Councillor Killen's hand? She 4? Okay, good. All right.
I am in favor.
Okay. Motion passes.
Just to confirm, Your Worship, so I had the 3 nays as Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Ogden, and Deputy Mayor McKenzie.
Okay.
And so we passed first reading, so the title of the bylaw is A Law to Amend the Zoning Bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay, and I guess we'll need a motion to approve second reading by title. Councillor Hickey and Councillor Harris on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Right, okay, you're down. Opposed, yeah. No, I hear you.
So the
same.
opposed again?
Yeah, the same 3 are opposed again,
Okay.
correct? Okay, good. Motion passes. I know, I agree. We should go after 10 o'clock.
And you called the question, Your Worship?
Call the question? Yeah, all in favor, I did that.
Okay. So it's entitled A Law to Amend the Zoning Bylaw of the City of St. John.
Okay. All right, I want to say thank you to everyone that's been here tonight. It is a tough decision. You know, we've had the kit out since Thursday. We've all been reading it. We've been getting the letters. It's never easy. And I guess, you know, when I asked myself about the levy, you know, we also want to encourage people to get on our water and sewerage because we've held that line for 6 years and have not raised that, the cost of that for citizens. And so we want to be, we do want to grow. And I know that growth isn't easy. I mean, I live on Germain, so I'm used to it, but, so there's always lots happening there. But I do appreciate everybody coming tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming up to speak as well, because I think that's important for council as well, to hear both sides of the coin. Thank you for the developers. We often get developers who don't show, so I appreciate you being here tonight. Gives us that, you know, both sides of that story. So thanks very much for being here. Okay, I guess we'll go to the next item. You got to get done before 11, though.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next on the agenda is 11.1, and that's a submission from Councillor Norton entitled City of St. John Employees and Elect.
Yeah, let's just hang on for a second. Yep. That sounds good. Here we go, I guess. Next item, yep. Yep. Ready?
Your Worship, next item is 11.1, a submission by Councillor Norton, City of St. John Employees and Elected Officials Policy on Political Activity. It was introduced to Council at the previous meeting and deferred from August 19th.
Councillor Norton, over to you. Do you want to read your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It is late. The proposed motion, if I get a seconder, I can speak to the motion that the CAO be directed to draft a policy for Council's consideration that outlines the expectations and restrictions on political activities for city employees and elected officials to prevent conflicts of interest.
Seconded by Councillor Lowe. I'll just ask a quick question. Is this sort of like a referral motion?
This is, staff would take this back through the direction of the CAO's office and craft something that would be to council's satisfaction.
Yeah, and then we would assess it then when it comes back?
However, to say that it's strictly a referral motion, Your Worship, I wouldn't say it's strictly a referral motion. Folks, I wouldn't want to
Sure.
I wouldn't want to neuter the debate as it relates to it, and at the same time, to say it's strictly a referral motion would give it up to the CAO to use his discretion as to whether or not such a policy would be crafted, and I'm suggesting that one be crafted.
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
Correct.
And then
So I
come
hope
back.
that answers your question.
Yep, that's perfect.
Perfect.
All right.
Happy to speak to it. I think that the background of the motion gives some context. I think there's been lots of back and forth as to what this would look like. Folks know that at other levels, whether it's specifically provincial employees and elected officials would have to take a leave. I think through conversation with the CAO's office, it would typically be not throughout the duration of an election period, but specifically or during campaign period, but when a writ is dropped, that an elected official would have to take a leave. So that could be anywhere between 4 and 6 weeks. So it certainly doesn't prevent somebody that is already announced and has already got a nomination from sitting on council and participating, but at such a time that would remove them from any circumstance that would create a bit of a conflict. So happy to answer some questions. That provides a bit of a 30,000-foot view as to what it is, but happy to try to answer some questions. And if not, I'm sure that the CAO's office will bring something back that answers the rest of the curiosities.
Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Thanks, Your Worship. I know this is relatively unique in the world of municipal politics, but I do agree with the motion that we've got before. And And here's why. I guess two reasons. One, we've all sat on committees that are part of committees of council and then had to come back to council and then say, you know, I've sat through many what hat are you wearing discussions. And, you know, sometimes it's a little tough, but I'm okay with I'm sitting around the council table. This is my councilor hat and away I go. But my gosh, we've all around this table been in campaigns, and to be sitting as one and then campaigning for something else, would be really difficult to sit at the table and not, when you're in the middle of a campaign, speak to things that might be in your campaign, or perceived conflict of interest is one of the pieces that we get talked about, or at least, you know, your credibility around the table for 4 to 6 weeks can be suspect by the public, given your spot. So I think stepping away isn't a horrible idea. And the other piece, especially going, you know, probably less so if you were running federally, but it is so important for a municipal council to have a good relationship, you know, and that doesn't necessarily mean agreeing with everything, but having a relationship is important when you're working with the province, because we are a creature of the province. And just to be affiliated with folks, because this is how politics works, unfortunately, at many levels, is to be throwing darts and criticizing, I think can hurt the relationship of a municipal council with their provincial counterparts. So I think it would be very respectful to have something where folks, once the writ is dropped and the campaign is on full swing, to have those councillors take a leave while the campaign's going on. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, over to you.
Yeah, I struggled with this one, to be honest. It doesn't, you know, when you think of what we're trying to accomplish, right? We're trying to accomplish, or like, avoid conflicts of interest, protect impartiality, you know, to craft a motion that I think, you know, disqualifies 2 councillors tonight, right as we're coming into one, I think is a little bit problematic. You know, the timing of this is suspicious to me. And then when I did the sort of the landscape review of other municipalities that have this, from all the ones I could find, it is just to do with staff. And then you start going down, okay, now we're going to have to likely renegotiate a bunch of contracts, because this is not the assumed state of collective bargaining between unions and between municipal employees. Because it's not built in, you now have a colossal effort to align the policy with already negotiated. So now you're saying, okay, well, you're going to have to add that in when the negotiation comes up. So what is it really, you know, on the staff side, you have an issue here where we don't have it in writing. Moncton does. Moncton has that in writing. You do have to take a leave of absence as a staff member, not as an elected official. So, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander here. Like if no other municipality is highlighting this sort of perceived risk of conflicts of interest because you're a municipal elected official and you're running for federal or provincial office, if these other municipalities aren't doing that, I would suggest we take their advice and focus on what is our lane. We have a clear mandate that is different. We're constitutionally bound as elected officials under the Constitution to the province. So we are a ward of them. So there's already protections in place under the Local Governance Acts around conflicts of interest, around codes of conduct, which are being reviewed as well. I know that. So I don't know what it accomplishes except to give our staff a bunch of work to try to change a bunch of contracts, and then to also do a constitutional review to see how an elected official at the municipal level that is bound by, you know, a section of local governance not in the Constitution can fit in. So I think it's a waste of our staff time. Like, the outcome is that we don't want people in conflicts of interest, and we don't want them being impartial and making decisions about municipal issues through the lens of their provincial party. Well, then if we are really going to try to solve that, the only way to do that is to make it, you know, to have it be a rule that you cannot be part of a provincial party when you're a municipal official. That's really the only way to ensure that that's there. And this doesn't do that. So I'm obviously not supportive.
Okay, Councillor Ogden, over to you.
I don't think the timing is anything. This has got nothing to do with this election. This is not going to pass before this election. It's too soon. So I don't think the timing bothers me so much because it's got nothing to do with this election. But if a person was sitting on council and I'm not sure if we should be doing what all municipalities are doing. If you can stay on council and run federally or provincially and everybody else is doing it, we should just leave it that way. But if we do, to the CAO, get into the situation where a councillor does run, I don't think the councillor should lose their salary because they still are elected by the people. God knows we have so many phone calls every day. We have to respond to those phone calls. But perhaps, and they shouldn't lose their salary, but perhaps they shouldn't sit around the table making decisions or speaking on things. I mean, my friend in Sussex, Bruce Northup, and I are good friends, and he always calls it the silly season during an election because everybody talks so much about whatever. And we are entering the silly season right now where people are going to make all kinds of emotions and emotional pleas and everything to get press, which is not the reason we should be running in politics in the first place. But if it does come down to that you think that somebody shouldn't be running, I think they still have their duty to their constituents and they should still keep their salaries. But I don't like the grandstanding that goes on during the silly season, because it's not good decision making. But I don't think it has anything to do with this election right now.
Thank you. Councillor Radwan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only thing that I worry about with timing is that I love to have all the council here to make a decision. So that's the only thing as far as timing goes that has an impact on this for me. The other thing is I mean, the part about nomination papers, just because you're putting in nomination papers, it doesn't mean you're actually going to get to run for that elected party. So, so you have to actually get nominated to do that. The other thing is that I've often said that I thought that people shouldn't run while they're sitting here. But I got to tell you, I feel like I don't want to put St. John at a disadvantage over other municipalities because people can run in other ridings. So, I mean, for the first time in over 50 years, we have a premier from our area. What I would be supportive of is maybe us trying to lobby the province to change legislation so that this is basically an equal playing field right across the province. But do I want to put St. John in a disadvantage over other candidates from other municipalities? No. So unfortunately, I'm not in favor of the motion just because of that. But if somebody wanted to lobby the province to change legislation, I think I'm on board.
Okay, thank you. All right, that looks like that's it for questions. So I'm going to ask the question in a second. I am curious as to see what the CAO would bring back on this. I mean, they are going to do some work on it and we'll see what comes back and then we can make a decision. I think every council I've sat on, there's been at least one person that's run for another level of government. So, and it can make things, I not so much that it can make things tricky or whatever, but it's just things are unclear. And I guess at least when the writ drops, then everything stops for people that are in those positions. So it just seems like a interesting dynamic at another table. So I'll call the question. We've got a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. All in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed. Okay, you got the 2 names there. Motion carries. All right, next item, City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next on the agenda is 12.1, Chief Administrative Officer update on select catalytic projects.
We'll take a quick update from you.
Your Worship, yeah, I'll be brief. There's not a whole lot that's changed. I just gave an update a couple of weeks ago in terms of the affordable housing. The city issued conditional approval letters for 8 affordable housing grant applications. So together now the applications represent 133 new affordable housing units that are planned to be constructed across the city. Our next intake window for that will open in October. As far as the affordable housing soft cost grant for the nonprofit organizations, those applications remain open. And as it relates to Barrett Green residences by Kaleidoscope, that will bring 39 affordable housing units. So the amended RHI contribution agreement has been executed with Kaleidoscope. And so that project is expected to get restarted this month. And, with the Central Peninsula Learning Commons, obviously this evening, first and second reading. So that's the only change there. As it relates to our industrial parks, the nonprofit entity is now stood up, St. John Industrial Parks 2024 Limited. And now we're moving forward with the recruitment process for a general manager starting this week. And as it relates to Idole Makahamek, there's deficiencies being worked on, that sort of thing. The Harbor Passage is slated, the remaining portion of it, for opening next month. And the Zamboni building will be starting construction here soon so that it's ready this fall. And on the private, to wrap up on the private development, construction of the first building continues, and we understand steel is expected to arrive in the month of December, so that will have some impacts on Harbor Passage once it arrives. And that concludes the update.
Thank you. City Clerk, can I ask you a quick question? Can we go past 11? Perfect. Okay.
No, not according to our bylaw. It
Okay,
says the
it's
meeting
48.
ends at 11.
It's 22:48. Councillor Ogden, do you have a quick question? I got to get through these next items in the next, 12 minutes?
CAO, I've spoken very little tonight. CAO, what about the North End School?
So things continue to progress there, obviously, with the demolition. There was a fire on the weekend, but things are still progressing, and we continue to work collaboratively with the province on the advancement of.
So it's
planning
about the
of that
same
school.
place as the South End School?
Pardon me?
It's about the same place as the South End School?
Yes,
Yep.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Next items, I got to call the question. I need a motion to receive and refer to Councillor Hickey. Did I have a seconder on that? Councillor Radwan, okay. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, City Clerk.
Okay, next 12.2, it's a staff report, demolition of vacant, dilapidated, and dangerous building at 196 Watson.
Commissioner? Thank you. Okay. Now, before, okay, before I call the question, I have to read this information. The information which has been provided in the council kit, which you've all read, includes the report of the building inspector stating that the building located at 196 Watson Street, PID 00363622, is a hazard to the safety of the public by virtue of its being, amongst other things, dilapidated or structurally unsound. Is there present, there's not many people left here now, an owner, including anyone holding any encumbrance upon this property, who wishes to present evidence to the contrary, i.e., that the building is in fact structurally sound and not dilapidated? Hearing no one, and we have the motion on the floor, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you so much. Good job. Next item, City Clerk.
Final item, Your Worship, 13.1, it's a Finance Committee report, Common Council input 2025 general operating budget.
Councillor Sullivan, over to you.
Just give me a minute while
I don't have a minute to give you.
You got 10.
I do.
All right. We did this last year, so your finance committee's in the middle of the budget process. And we really appreciated the input we got last year, so we're going to do it again. This is your 2-week notice that in 2 weeks at council, we're going to allow everyone to have a couple of minutes to go around the horseshoe to ask on what you think, pulled from our plans and priorities and strategic plans, you would like us to focus on in the budget coming forward. There's certainly no guarantee that we've got money for everything, but we do have some leeway and wiggle room, and certainly we hear from the departments on what their priorities are. But as folks who represent the people, it's important that we also say what our priorities are. We will be sending out links to all of our plans so folks can have reminders. And that's the important piece. This isn't a time to come up with a new plan. We can talk about that in policy later on, but if there's something from Move SJ or Play SJ or the market strategic plan or the city strategic plan or the financial plan that you would like us to focus on, that's your homework for 2 weeks. So this is a receive and file.
Okay,
Move.
Councillor Sullivan is moving that. I'll take a seconder on it. Councillor Stewart on the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Finally, Councillor Lowe, over to you. Thank you so much. Deputy, we're putting you down as the seconder on that one. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging.